I ain't ready yet, y'all. Give me a second. I'm trying to get this Google stuff ready. I'm gonna play a couple more songs, y'all. Hey, y'all. Hey. Give me a second. We're gonna vibe for a second. Let me get my stuff together. And we gonna break this shit down. We're gonna break down a lot of shit that I heard, a lot of shit that came to me, a lot of shit that a lot of shit that I heard, because really I didn't see it. And we're gonna talk about a lot of shit. We're gonna really fact check. That's what we're really gonna do here today. We're gonna fact check a lot of the things, because the last video I made about this whole situation with these little skeezers, I was more speaking from an emotional point of why I left and what were the reasons why I left and how I felt. But we're gonna go into the things that happened, how all of this happened. We're gonna break all this shit down. I've y'all gonna see how thorough this shit gonna be when I break it all the way down. I'm kind of done with. I think like my thumbnail kind of speaks for itself. I think most people can agree that for the most part, I'm really quiet. I don't even say much, even if I don't like you, even if I have some type of disdain for you, I'm not necessarily in the chat just, sometimes I'll be on some goofy shit, like depending on who the person is and what it is. I'll be on some goofy shit, but because I had a real genuine, I felt like I had some type of connection with them, even in times where I felt like they were getting dragged. I wasn't always rooting in the side, and I ain't no petty motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I know how to shut the fuck up, and I know how to mind my motherfucking business. That's the most important part. I know how to mind the business that pays me. And if it don't fucking pay me and it don't benefit me, I stay the fuck out of it. Now, you can call that two-faced, you call that whatever you want. But it is what it is. Period. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
All my ladies killing them, get your hands up. All my ladies killing them, get your hands up. And if you really killing them, keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. If you're killing them, get your hands up. All my ladies killing them, get your hands up. And if you're really killing them, keep your hands up. If you're killing, yeah. You killing them, girl, you be killing them. That girl bad, I mean better than a billion. I'ma let you know girl, that's how real I am. Swagger on 100,000 trillion. Girl, I mean, look at you. I'm not gonna judge cause I wanna do the book at you. See a murder case every time I take a look at you. Where the ladies who be killing them and when I look at you. Girl, when you put that over me, all that I can say, baby, is down. Girl, look at you. Girl, your body is like a bee. And all that I can say, baby, is down. Look at you. Girl, you look incredible. You're killing flawless girl from head to toe. Girl, you're killing ain't nobody but you know. Girl, you're killing you. You be killing that girl, you be killing that. She do it with no hands, and I be feeling that. They she yellow tape anyway, she chillin' that. You need teardrops, baby, killer tats. From New York to Cali, back down to Florida. The shoes made by a foreigner, call a coroner. They should arrest you, at least issue a warrant for the way you be killing them. Yeah, bring the cars, bro. Girl, when you say, baby, it's down. Girl, look at you. Girl, your body is like a bee. And all that I can say, baby, is down. Look at you. Girl, you look incredible. You're killing all. Flawless girl from head to toe. You're killing all. Ain't nobody but you know. You're killing all. You are. All my ladies killing them, get your hands up. All my ladies killing them, get your hands up. And if you're really killing them, keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. If you're killing them, get your hands up. All my ladies killing them, get your hands up. And if you're really killing them, keep your hands up. If you're killing them, oh girl, when you put that over me, all that I can say, baby, is down. Girl, look at you. Girl, your body is like a bee. And all that I can say, baby, is down. Look at her. Girl, you look incredible. Oh, that you know. Flawless girl from head to toe. Ain't nobody but you know. You're killing all you
Hey, y'all. I know there's a lot going on these YouTube streets, child. What's up, sis? What's going on? Everybody done, child, I'm only gonna talk about what I specifically want. You know, I'm not even a commentary type of person, but the type of shit that we finna break down and how we finna break down, we finna do some commentary today, bitch. Yes. And we're gonna keep it strictly emotionless, logical, and the concept of this is gonna be interviewer and interviewee type shit, y'all. So really, like, Bella here, she's gonna be asking me questions and even tough questions. And it's gonna, I want it to be balanced because I am a logical person. So, you know, I do try to look at things from other people's point of views. I don't know about the mother hoes, but I do that. I guess people call that playing devil's advocate, you know, or whatever you want to call it. But we do, in my mind, I do think about things sometimes, even when I am mad or in the hurt or something. I do try to think about another perspective or a different type of perspective of where someone else could be coming from, even though I wasn't even granted that. But you know, we're going to talk about the shit that's been going on. I've been very cute and mute. Okay. I have been very cute as always. I don't give a fuck what a bitch say. I know I look good and you hoes can't take that. Okay. And that's it. Me and my insecurities don't pay your bills, boo. So you don't need to worry or measure my insecurities. Okay. Q and mute mode is off. As you can see, it's on a banner. We are definitely going to get into the fuck shit, and we're going to get into a little logical shit, because I'm tired of a bitch playing with me. Okay. While I'm really not out there like that talking about a bitch. I really am not. And when people come to me, ask me questions, or when I'm in a certain environment and people come in, it's a whole lot of shit, y'all. I'm not even gonna talk about it right now. We just gonna start slow. First and foremost, I want to go ahead and give y'all some updates, okay? Because I know I ain't been live, and I know I had left y'all a lot of people like, with some blue balls, as I would call it, about my diary. Now, I am going to continue that diary. I am going to continue. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do my chapter 2 on Sunday. I want to schedule my live tomorrow, and we're going to talk about that. And I'm going to move forward. I'm going to move forward with my content, and whether a bitch want to judge what it is or not, it's my content and it's real, and a bitch gonna gravitate to it, and a bitch gonna fuck with it, and if they don't, they can see the motherfucking devil. 1, 2, I'm gonna do 3 chapters. I've already did 1. I'm gonna break it down in 3 because I am working with trying to get a publisher to release a full book about my struggle and my lifestyle in the strip club. So I'm definitely looking forward to updating y'all on that. You know what I'm saying? And getting that shit done. Okay, sis, you good. Salute to all y'all. Oh my God, let me go ahead and let me add my sis up here. Hold on, y'all. Hey sis, you good?
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You can hear me? You can hear me? Sis, you can hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you, but you can't hear me? Hello? That's weird. Y'all can hear me in the chat, right? I just want to make it just be clear that y'all can hear me in the chat, right? Before we get started, we need to make sure this audio. And that was another thing too. I was trying to get this audio right. Get all my shit right. Sis, you muted, sis. Let me take this off. You muted. I don't know, sis having some audio issues, yo. But yeah, so I'm gonna definitely roll out a book. I'm excited about that, you guys. I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, so you good? You can hear me? Forward to that. But yeah, so I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but it's a lot of feedback. There's a lot of feedback.
Let me fix it.
So I'm looking forward to that. I'm also gonna do my vlogs. I am gonna do that. I did run into some family emergencies and things that happened, which I'll probably talk about that on my chapter. I'm not gonna talk about that right now. That kind of backpedaled a little bit on my vlogging. But either way, I'm definitely going to continue to work on my content, real content. And when I say it like that, I mean really creating content, not, I'm not trying, this no tea, no shade, okay, to anybody who, there's some people who believe everything is content. I just don't. So, creating content is much harder than a lot of the things that a lot of people label as content today. Let me just be nice. Let me be nice, because I'm on some saucy shit right now, and I'll cut a bitch throat from this motherfucking mic. Yeah, I ain't playing with nobody today. So we're gonna get into it as soon as sis figure out her mic, because sis is the interviewer. Bella's definitely the interviewer. And let me shout out Miss Red. She's definitely the best when it comes to graphics and all of that. That whole intro that y'all saw, that whole little thing that I don't know if y'all all saw it. Let me play it one more time. But shout out to Ms. Red because she looked out, okay, and she definitely created something for me. It's just a little something, just a little something. I've been working on artwork for my channel and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just a little something, just a little tease, little, watch it.
I love it.
Y'all need to go subscribe to Miss Red channel too, honey.
Yes.
She has a lot of those little clips that you can go check out that she premieres on her channel, and they're really cool. Like, I really like them shits. Like, y'all need to go check that out. Seriously, y'all want to talk about content? That's content right there, y'all. I'm serious. But let me go ahead and shout everybody out right quick in the chat. Of course, Miss Red, and I do see my baby Annie. Hey Annie. And Miss China. What's up, Pooh? How you doing? Long time no see. I ain't talked to you in a while. Girl, I've been busy. Like, can't even stay consistent to one thing because I'm all over the place. I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. I've been everywhere. I've been trying to do everything, get my artwork together, get my all this stuff together. It's been a lot. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a lot. And yeah, like it's pretty much it's been a learning lesson, and I'm definitely only in my time right here, right now, in this moment, I'm only invested in what's gonna benefit me and my channel. If it don't, I ain't with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not. But a bitch ain't gonna pump me though. And a bitch ain't gonna try to put me in no motherfucking corner or try to shut me the fuck up or try to make me not say nothing. Bitch, I'm gonna say something just like you saying you host. Who the fuck does a live about a bitch and then goes back and does a Q&A about the same bitch they just talked about? That's crazy. When really that first live wasn't even supposed to be about me. This the type of shit people send me, dog. Like, I swear to God, this shit is insane. Who does a live about something else but make that show about me and then do another live and that live is a Q&A about me? Who the fuck does that shit? And you talk about I'm pressed to talk about a bitch? Let's get into it. Let's really fucking talk about it. Because this shit is really getting out of fucking hand. And bitches need to be checked at the motherfucking door because I don't know who the fuck they think I am. And a bitch can hit my motherfucking link. Any bitch who got a problem. Okay, this is my intro. Any bitch who got a problem, any bitch, whether it's millennial turds or anybody else who got a motherfucking problem, bitch, you can hit the motherfucking link and address whatever issues you have. Because on all this back and forth video for video shit, I'm not doing this. And I get that people want attention, but me doing this second video is only to just to clarify some of the things that I did miss in my first video. Other than that, I am done. Okay, I'm not finna be sitting here arguing with no raggedy ass, dirty tramp ass bitches who love to label a bitch disloyal when your pussy is disloyal. Okay, I don't have time for this dumbass shit. All right, like if I ain't coming for you, ho, don't check at me, don't knock to me, don't knock on my door, ho, don't come for me, bitch. Period. Let's go.
Okay. Can everybody hear me okay?
Interviewer, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, can the chat hear me? Just somebody put a 1 in there, please.
I've been good, China. I've been good. Girl, it's been a lot.
Okay, so the chat can hear me, correct? Okay, thank you, Red. Yes. And welcome, Raphael, and hello, China, Miss Red, sis, and Annie, and everybody watching. Thank you for being here. Lady 90704, welcome. So let's go ahead and jump right into these questions, Nisa, because I see you're anxious to get to the last portion of the segment.
Yeah, I know.
So we're going to have, do you have your presentation on your end, love?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so yours are highlighted. And basically what we're going to do is a bit of a Q&A. Nisa and I have had an opportunity to discuss this off camera, and I was able to take some notes. So we're going to go over that. And this is basically because it feels like this door has been opened and it just will not stay shut. I'm always a firm believer that when somebody decides to move forward, it's not really up to you to try to prevent them from moving forward and stepping back. I've heard a lot about somebody's voice and they need to be heard. I think what you'll find in this time that you're with us tonight is that there was a lot that does, I guess, need to be said. And since the door wants to be opened, nobody can complain about what's going to come out. So let's go ahead and get started. So Nisa, when you were with Millennial Queens, first question was, were there any red flags that you likely ignored?
Yeah, there were some red flags. I dismissed them thinking maybe, we were maybe I was overthinking, and thought, of a betterment for the group, like, and just try to move forward, like, without any issues. And just, I guess that's what happens when you ignore things. But, you can't ignore things for so long. But I did ignore a lot of little signs that I didn't like. And I just was like, you know what, fuck that. I'm going to ride with the girls. Fuck that. I'm going to ride with them. We're going to move on. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I don't regret that. I can't regret that because it was a learning lesson.
Okay. The next question, and thank you. So you do, feel like there were some warning and some red flags there, but you kind of dismissed them for the betterment of the group, you would say. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So when you left Grown Folks TV, was there a contract deal or some sort of contract or deal in place with you and Millennial Queens, which would have been yourself, Mimi, and Word Justice, where you all stood, to benefit monetarily and equally?
No. The only thing that I had was the credentials. Mimi did not offer to make me or Word Justice managers on her channel. That channel that she has, as you can tell, it's her picture, it's her channel. Mimi did give the password and email, like I said, to her channel, but she kept her profile pic on the channel. And and like used all of us as millennial queens. Um, and then there are times that the password and stuff was changed and stuff, but it wasn't that serious. It was stuff that I could address. But the most important part is me and Word Justice were not managers on that channel. So right now, if Word Justice is not a manager on that channel, okay, she's not benefiting anything by being there and building that channel, because at the end of the day, that is still Mimi's channel. So you know what that means, y'all. Do I have to fill in the
So
gap?
let me just clarify and just kind of refocus this back on the channel and not making you all, I don't know if it's possible to make co-owners, but I do know that managers, and I think when you're building a brand, co-owners, and you get into all of that other stuff. So none of that was done. And then there was the whole issue that giving someone an email and a password can be unsafe. And then now you're also including the fact that at times the password was changed. So you really didn't have the keys there. Also, there's another question that I had. Was there ever any discussion with an actual attorney or any sort of business consultant to really discuss the pros and cons of this, and any sort of business plan in place for the three of you?
I mean, there was talks of it. Mimi did bring up the fact that we do need to get a lawyer to hash out things about our channel if we're going to move forward and once it grows, but we never got to that point. It was just talk.
Gotcha. Thank you. So in terms of content, I believe in our earlier discussion, there was an agreement in place. Can you kind of elaborate on this, where her channel would be built up first, then you and Word Justice, instead of you guys kind of equally uploading content to the three of the channels? So in other words, if you did a live yesterday, then that content would be uploaded to the three channels versus just her channel. And I think you stated that you felt this was similar because to the setup with Grown Folks TV, where you felt like there was little benefit, and this is now even less benefit for you or Word Justice. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Okay. So then also you mentioned, and just to clarify, to add in, that her profile pic was of her. It wasn't the three millennial queens. So
No.
you also have the fact that you're not managers on the channel, and that she needed to be built up first in order, and then you
I
could
mean,
pass
that
out.
that was talked about too on the back end. We said, okay, we'll build this channel and then we'll branch out. But it wasn't like she was sharing each of those videos on our channels. You know what I'm saying? And what was confusing about all of this, sis, is the fact that when I did ask her or give her suggestions about different pictures we can use, even characteristic pictures we can use to make it look like it's our channel versus just hers, because I was getting a lot of feedback from that. People were hitting me up personally telling me that they were confused on how to find me, because when they pull up Millennial Queens, they see her picture only. Like they don't see like a group environment or a picture of all three of us. So it was very confusing. And when I confronted her and asked her about, the possibility of her changing the picture to this or whatever, she didn't agree to that. I can't even remember what her response was, but she didn't do it. She didn't, she wasn't reciprocating to that.
Interesting. Okay, so we'll move on to the next question. There has been some talk that even as of earlier this week, that allegedly that ZX is in love with Mimi. And I do know that Mimi has alleged in the past that ZX has hit on her inappropriate in the sense that they were in a business relationship, you guys being Young Folks TV or Millennial Queens, and then trying to undermine the other girls in order to get with her. I do recall a conversation that even she had with myself, you, and Word Justice, and that also came out. And then this has been kind of a repeated theme, so it's not a secret. So my question, and I think a lot of people's question would be, did Mimi initially divulge to you N-word justice that ZX was quote unquote hitting on her and being suggestive romantically and or sexual to her initially.
Well, Mimi, I don't know. I can't speak for word justice. But for me, Mimi only divulged ZX hitting on her once after the whole thing with him giving us the keys to the channel and that didn't fall through. Once that crumbled up and some type of misunderstanding happened where he didn't actually give us the credentials and stuff like that. After that, and it was days after that, is when she divulged to me that he tried to, come on to her a little bit. He was a little too strong, I just didn't know how to take that information because she said it. She actually divulged that after the StreamYard that he'd be playing. She divulged that after that. So that was like at least 4 or 5 days later. You know what I'm saying? After their initial conversation that she claimed they had when it happened. So it wasn't immediate, but it was definitely after everything started crumbling. Like once we realized that we weren't getting the keys and all the shit wasn't, he wasn't gonna stick to his word on what he said he was gonna do originally. She went ahead and said that.
So when there was a disagreement in place, so that information wasn't given to you at the onset. Is that correct? Yes or no?
No, it was not. No,
that he tried to proposition and undermine.
Yeah, no, she didn't say that.
Because I do recall even at one point she stated that ZX had involved another member of the Grown Folks TV family and initiated a phone call where he wanted to put her to the top or something along there. I don't remember who that person was, but she would probably be able to explain that. But do you recall that as well? Because I do recall that there was something where they were kind of planning to make her the Diana of the group.
Yeah, she brags about that a lot.
Yeah, she says that. But
she openly would brag about that now.
Right, so but none of this was told to you is what I'm saying, so that you had like been forewarned.
Once things started going bad, that's when Mimi was hitting me with all of this stuff that ZX really thought I was the one and we got to stop fucking with him because, he's trying to play us against each other and maybe he was. Mm-hmm. But you are too. Mm-hmm. Low key. You sneaky with it. Oh, also, can I add this, sis? Because I completely forgot about this.
Sure.
Right. So I'm going to say this. Mimi told me and Word Justice on a call that ZX tried to proposition her, right? However, I didn't have enough facts to say that she was lying, But you felt that, but like the timing was weird. And then it was just a lot, right? So
when you say proposition, are you meaning in a romantic capacity?
Like, to be honest with you, to make it clear, what she told me was he was trying to like come on to her, not like strong, like girl, when you gonna let me fuck, not like that, but like on some, oh, you beautiful, I love your personality.
Well, he was using suggestive language and
being appropriate. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's all she told me though, and I wasn't on the call. But I find it funny that I wasn't on that call, but there have been other calls that I have been on that she makes sure that we listen to, but just that one I wasn't on. That one was funny. Like there have been times where I've been on the phone with Mimi when she's speaking to Gotti.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let's pause for a minute. So, and this is not to take away that Mimi isn't what she's saying isn't true, and we want to make that very clear. Exactly. And this is not to say that ZX has done anything wrong. What we're simply saying is what she's been regurgitating. So based on that, and this is, we don't have any say so either way. You're just basically more or less saying that it's suspicious. And why is it? You said something about a phone call with Gotti. And did Gotti know you were on the phone?
No, Gotti did not know. She was like, come, I'm gonna put you in on the call with this, with me and Gotti. Like she just pretty much wanted to show.
Who else was on the call?
From my understanding, it was just me and her. I don't even know if Word Justice was, I don't think so. But it was just me and her, and at the time. And I just find it weird that she went out the way to make sure that certain phone calls with Gotti, we were on listening, like, so she knows that it's not, I guess, so she can prove that we know, or that she knows, and she's proven it, that we can also back her up on, that she doesn't really fuck with Gotti like that, I guess. Like, that's what I think she was trying to do. That's my opinion, because, you know, it was like on some showing off shit. Like, come listen to this call. Look how me and Gotti talk. Like, shit like that.
Okay. So, and I can understand, and maybe that was for her safety, peace of mind.
Yeah.
But you would think, I guess, is what you're saying is, why wouldn't this, since it's a business situation,
Why would you put us on a call?
why wouldn't the same process be followed with ZX, since the three of you were doing business and they were having these conversations privately without the rest of the group, where she was given the push to the top? So it would probably lead, was it leading in your mind that perhaps because she didn't get the push to the top, now all of a sudden all the things he was doing to undermine everything outside of everything else you probably had a concern about, this was now coming up? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I just want to make it very clear again that it's not that I don't believe her.
Right.
To a degree, I believe what she's saying. But then I it's just, she's such a liar. She's lied. All she's done is lie. She's completely twisted one conversation that we've had into another and made it into one. I'm literally watching Word Justice watch her lie. So it's just like,
okay, we're gonna get into that.
I know, but let me just cut it short. It's very shocking to me that, you know, she wants to prove that she's this, I guess, that she's not this person that everyone like that I'm claiming her to be, but you are that. And think about it. She had me on the call with Gotti. You know what I'm saying? Just think about that. She had me on the phone with Gotti, but when it came down to ZX, something that was dealing with a channel that we were all on, she didn't put me on that call. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? You don't even, that's dumb to me. That's the most stupidest shit I've ever seen. And that was one of the signs that I overlooked. That's one of them. Like, that was weird. But okay, you know, I just moved on and rolled with her, and rolled by her side, and I really didn't even question shit about it at that point, because I felt like, what, you know, if you my girl and we cool like that, I really, in that moment, I didn't question what she said. I believed what she said. But as time progressed and I seen what type of person she was when she gets angry, and how she does people when she's mad, it lets me to believe that, you know, she a sneaky little liar. And that's why she didn't have me on a call with ZX. That's just my opinion.
Okay. So we're gonna come circle back around to what you stated earlier about Word Justice being on the phone. I will say that, you know, again, we're not here to really discredit, even if it feels very sarcastic or with some condensation. We still want to make the point that, again, we're not discrediting, we're not believing either way, we don't know, but the whole situation, I mean, I don't know. So my next question to you is, did you disclose anything to Mimi about you and MBK, and why?
I hate the fact that I even talk about this shit. Oh my God. Okay. So yes, I did disclose things to Mimi and Word Justice about little conversations and flirtatious things that we were doing. You know what I'm saying? You know, I was, you know, bragging and being, you know, a little grown and feeling myself a little bit too much and trusting them too much. I want to add that in there. And I just shared with them some of my initial flirting conversations and just things that were happening, you know, because I was just doing what girl, like a female is not going to tell me that when they hang around the other females, if it's females that they trust and that they cool with, they don't sometimes show off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think everybody does that.
Well, it appears that she also confided in you and possibly word justice. You said you don't know for sure that, that she was talking to Gotti on the back end and she would have you listen to those calls. So it's not above you to maybe, as girls, if you're bragging, MBK is a nice looking gentleman, and so forth, and he presents nicely. So I can understand if you're, engaged and it's girl stuff. You guys are sisters. You're new to YouTube and you're kind of a newbie. So it's maybe a rookie mistake, maybe in hindsight,
Definitely.
but at the time you were thinking you guys had this rapport. Now, let me ask you, at some point you mentioned that Mimi did come to you and tell you there was information about MBK and Amina, that they were quote unquote messing around heavy at one point.
Yeah, I did. That did come back to me, but I wasn't, like at that moment, I wasn't for sure what was going, like if that was something currently happening at that moment or something that happened already in the past. I wasn't sure.
Okay.
So,
The
I
reason
did
why
ask, I reached out, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. The reason I'm asking is because we did discuss this in our interview previously when we were, getting all this together. And the point of it has nothing to do with really neither here or there about MBK, but just to show here that she did bring this because there's a root cause, or as we say in the business or corporate world, a root cause analysis. So the RCA here, we will talk about later, but there seems to be now a pattern here of her telling you, or at least her first attempt to tell you something that was brought to her by Amina. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now she's coming to you and you had no previous knowledge of it and you don't know where it came from, but she does know that you are, flirting, talking, friendly, whatever with MBK. And then she says, how does she say it to you?
Hold on. Hold on. Something. Well, she's just like, about MBK and Amina, she's just like, that they used to talk, they used to have, they used to, she made it seem like they were actually on some heavy shit, like they were talking on the phone and really like digging off into, like really conversating with each other. But I did ask, I did ask because when the information was presented to me, I was still, I'm gonna be honest, I was still slightly having conversations. I was still having conversations with him, and he then explained that it was just a couple DMs. Like they weren't actually talking. He said that she's oversighting what their interaction is. It was just mainly her hitting him up on DMs and following him around in chats.
Wow. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get on to our next question here. What happened on Gotti's panel?
Okay, so what happened there was Diva Tomboyish and Amina got into an argument on the panel. I'm not sure if people remember this. I'm not even sure if Gotti still has that up there. But they were getting into it really bad. I don't know exactly what started their feud. I believe this was before my time. I felt conflicted about jumping into an argument without knowing where the argument stemmed from. Plus, at the time, I didn't really have an issue with Diva. I kind of liked her. I didn't have an issue with her. I didn't want to engage in that. Let me just say that. And when I encountered Diva in other chats and went other places, she was very welcoming and very respectful. And when I went in her chat, she was very respectful. So I just never had a yearning to just keep going on with that, if you get what I'm saying, like,
okay,
or even jump in that, because I just felt like that didn't have anything to do with me.
Now,
hold on. Let me just say this, sis. Let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate, at the time, I did appreciate Amina's contribution to Millennial Queens, whether it was just supporting the shows, or just supporting us, sending us cash apps or whatever. However, Mimi and Amina had a closer relationship than me and Amina. Let's be all the way real with that, right? And I didn't really speak to Amina like that on the back end. The only time I spoke to Amina is if me, Word Justice, and all of us was on the call together. And the times that Amina was on that, and we all were on the call together a lot, but it was only 2 or 3 times Amina was on the call that I know of. Let me just put that out there, that I know of. I only knew that Amina was present on the call 3 times at most. So I didn't really have a lot of conversation with her. And then those back end conversations didn't happen until after the whole situation with Gotti. And okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that. So I did hear you say you appreciated Amina's contributions to Millennial Queens, whether it was supporting the shows Millennial Queens did, or monetarily. And she did seem to, very much be supportive. So it feels like, from what we talked about earlier, you're not exactly sure where the Diva Tomboy and Amina argument or feud began. You believe it was before your time. So would you say you also felt conflicted about jumping into an argument without knowing the true origins of where it stemmed from?
Yes, I
Okay.
definitely had a problem with that. So when I actually hit the link, I wasn't as aggressive as Mimi and Word Justice were towards Diva.
Right.
I
We're
was
gonna get
actually
to
up
that.
there on on some okay, let's talk about this. What the hell? What's going on with you and Sis? What's going on with you and Amina? Like, that's what my position was at the time. What is the issue? Like, I felt like it was just too much for me to be coming in strong like that. Like, see, my thing is, I mind my business. I'm very good at that. If it don't pertain to me, or if it ain't directed, it ain't respected. All right. So a lot of things a bitch, could say a lot of shit, and I could overlook a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? I really can. Like, she sat there and was going up there. Word Justice mainly was the main one. She got up on the panel first, going in on Diva, and it felt like my thing is, why do 3 women need to jump on one woman? One woman.
Okay, let's back up for just a moment. So I get it, and I do believe you had also stated earlier or previously that Diva had, been nice to you guys, and you guys had done a show.
Well, no, well, to me,
On
I don't know about
yeah,
Mimi and Word Justice, but to me, she
Young
was
Folks TV, and you stated that Mimi felt like Diva was throwing subs. However, your feeling was, whether she was throwing subs or not, when you guys were over on Young Folks TV, you guys did a show on her, and you feel like it's, it goes with the territory. It wasn't anything serious. You didn't know the true origins of the beef, and you didn't want to fight. Also, there was a notation here that Amina was in the hospital with pregnancy complications, allegedly, and there was quite a bit of cursing,
Yeah,
yelling,
that was weird. That was also
very
another
hospital setting. And I'm thinking, I don't know if there's anyone else in the chat that has been pregnant before and had complications, or getting ready to deliver a baby. Anytime that you're in taking care of yourself or a loved one, it's just a very odd setting for a pregnant woman to be in a hospital arguing with another woman, cursing her down, a bunch of niggery at its finest going on in the chat and on the panel. So that alone would have probably given you pause, correct?
Yes, that did.
Okay.
Actually, it did.
Okay. And then
That was another reason why I wasn't trying to go up there with that kind of energy.
Okay. And then when we factor in the fact that she's already fighting, Diva is already arguing, sparring with Amina. That's one woman. 2 one-on-one.
Yes.
Then you have Mimi, yourself, and Word Justice. That's 3 other women. So Mimi is what I'm asking is, insistent that you and Word Justice and herself start launching at Diva, who's already taking on Amina. So she wanted 4-on-1, yes or no?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That's how it looks if you really think about it.
And then you said that Word Justice was the first that was very anxious to get on the panel.
Well,
So
Word Justice was the first one that got on the panel, and she was the one going in the hardest.
okay.
She got on the panel first. She was going in the hardest. It was no bars hold. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
She was going in on somebody that really ain't do nothing to her per se, if you really think about it. But that's what people just be drinking the Kool-Aid and just don't be having the mind of their own. Don't be thinking for themselves, just going with the flow and calling it loyalty.
And
Loyalty for me is not given, it's earned. All right.
okay, we're going to get into that as well. So I have another notation, and this is just from a business perspective, and I do understand that. I think anybody who's serious about creating something and having something that's innovative and also a brand or a business, you're concerned that it wasn't a good look for young folks TV to be associating yourself. It's one thing when you're
We
on
were
TNT,
millennial, since we were
right?
millennial queens at the time. Yeah.
Millennial queens, thank you so much for the correction. So it's one thing when you were on Grown Folks, you're part of that family, you had to take on some of those arguments, and that was a point of contention for you ladies. But now after, I can understand to some degree why you would if you're a part of that family and on that panel, but then to come away from it and you really don't seem to have that rapport that would lead to you're grateful and appreciative of what Amina's done, but it doesn't seem you have that rapport yet to where you should start taking on her beefs and tearing down a business that you're passionate about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right. So on to the next note. You said that MBK came up to the panel to de-escalate the situation. Mimi was upset and she held a grudge.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that's where her anger came from. That's where it started. It feuded, it built up, it started building from there with him.
So
it was really weird, but yeah.
So let me get this correct. So Mimi held a grudge because MBK, I'm thinking just as a logical, rational minded person, women screaming, one woman is supposed to be pregnant and in a hospital, and then they're all attacking another woman, mass hysteria. We hear so much about sisterhood and the image of Black women. So I can understand as a man, and it's just not a good look for you ladies, period, for all intents and purposes. And also because Amina is pregnant, the stress level, and the duress that she could or could not be under. So I can understand why anybody with any sensible, rational minded person would want to say, stop. How would anybody hold a grudge because they can't get at a bitch? I mean,
I think her point, let's just flip on that side real quick. I think that her mindset was very aggressive about it. I think she was overreacting. This is my opinion. I think she overreacted, but her mindset was like, listen, this is my shit. This is what I want to do. I'm gonna step to who I want to step to, and you need to sit the fuck down because you ain't talking to me. We don't have no dealings with each other. You need to step off or step back. Which I get that logically, but someone's just trying to give you constructive criticism, and it wasn't rude. It wasn't like he disrespected her. He didn't disrespect her. He just, inserted his opinion, maybe at the wrong time. But he inserted his opinion and it wasn't disrespectful. But of course, you know what I'm saying? It's her channel. She want to do what she want to do. So once somebody think they know everything, you can't tell them nothing.
So would you say that Mimi felt that this was an example or another example of MBK being intrusive and overbearing?
Yes.
And
yes.
that at a later time, okay, they had a conversation on Sui's panel. I have a note, and he didn't apologize if he offended her for coming across as
Yes, he did
intrusive.
apologize. He gave her
And
a very sincere apology, sis.
okay, that's awesome. He seems like, like I would imagine he probably did. And to your knowledge, outside of potential, boundaries being crossed from her perspective, he had never been verbally disrespectful to her. Is that correct?
Not until when the shit hit the fan.
Okay.
Not
But at
until
this point, things were
no.
still, and even
Yes.
offered her an apology
Yep.
because she was in her feelings about maybe a few things. But the first straw was that he wanted to stop something that maybe later she would have potentially been thankful for if her mind was in the right place.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also talked to him about that.
Okay. Well,
And he said that. He said that, he would, when we talked, he said he would, well, at that time, he said he would apologize because he didn't want to come off like he was being, so I felt like he was genuine. I felt like he was
I'm
genuine.
having really, it's really perplexing to why he would need to apologize.
It is.
He was doing, they say Black men don't do this, they don't do that. Here's someone who's stepping up to, to squash and de-escalate a situation that was getting way out of hand. And from my understanding, things did take an unfortunate toll for Amina,
Yeah.
and her pregnancy
Unfortunately, yeah.
complications. So if you care about this person, you're coming to protect her. The best course of action, at least for me, being rational minded, would have been to get with Amina somehow and de-escalate it, but not add more fuel to a fire.
Exactly. He felt like it was overkill by us
It
intruding
is.
in that.
Yeah. So let's see here. I had one more question about this. Did you stated the events from Gotti's panel? I know when we were speaking led to an argument between you and Mimi. Do you think that created the divide between you and the other millennial queens?
Yes, it did. It did. Like I stated previously, there were red flags, and to add, Mimi was controlling and wasn't receptive to feedback or constructive criticism, even from me. Sometimes me and her would bump heads on a lot of things that we would talk about on the back end, and we'll just try to we'll kind of like work it out, but you could tell it wasn't really worked out because the energy be off. And then when we do go live about it, it's all like, I'm just going with the flow. It's not even me being authentically me at that point. Once it got to that point, I wasn't even being all the way myself, because if I was being too much. If I wasn't being too much of myself, then I wasn't doing enough. It was always an issue. It was always something. Let me just say that. But
I understand. So it feels like you felt like there was kind of a controlling nature, which is something that you guys had an issue or a point of contention with ZX about. Yeah. Now you're feeling like, you guys are separate, you're on your own, and you're still feeling like there's this controlling element now coming from her. Now we add into the part that you also stated that you guys got into an argument.
Yes, I was just gonna say that.
Now, why did you guys get into an argument after Gotti's panel and all of that went down? What happened?
She felt like I wasn't going at Diva enough, or I really wasn't going at Diva at all. But she felt like I wasn't going at her, especially when she was in the chat, bigging us up, bigging me up, and saying, "Oh, come home, come to Wolfpack, come over here." She felt some type of way about it. She wanted everyone. I felt like she just wanted all of us to be going at Diva, and she said to me that I didn't because I didn't respond to Diva's comments in the chat, because Diva was commenting in the chat stating that MBK and I need to come back with welcome to her chat and come to Wolfpack or whatever. And Mimi just felt like I didn't respond, because I didn't respond. I didn't respond because I work, and at the time I was doing multiple things at one time. and I just couldn't really just indulge. The fact that I even went on the panel for the couple seconds that I did was pushing it. And they know what I do, and they know how serious my shit here can get. So for them to not understand that was kind of like another sign that I overlooked. That I should have just like honed in on it. Like, okay, these hoes really not my friend, because ain't nobody gonna expect somebody to put their work or their personal life second to bullshit on the internet. Period. Like I don't give a fuck what a bitch saying online. You're not never gonna expect me to put my personal life behind that.
Gotcha. So you had other obligations. So she felt like you had a lackluster performance on the panel, and you weren't giving any real, you really weren't giving any real flame to the situation. Also,
but I did admit earlier, sis, when we were talking, that I didn't feel the need to do that. My energy was different from them. So I'm gonna take that. Like, if that look fake to you, oh well, bitch, I don't give a fuck what you think. But I'm not gonna just drink the Kool-Aid every time I just got out of doing that with ZX. I'm not gonna just create a beef and just be beefing with bitches just to be beefing with bitches. Period. If it don't make no money, it don't make no motherfucking sense. Period.
Okay. So
buenas noches. Thank you.
Loca. No, I understand, and it also feels like you said before, you did a show on Young Folks TV when you were over there. There was no real issue with Diva ever. So if she did throw some subs, you didn't hear it, and really it's understood. And it's to be understood. It goes with the territory. Would you say that you felt that Mimi's anger towards Diva was irrational and overkill?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was.
So
her feeling the need to want to jump into that was overkill, because it was Amina and Diva only arguing. It wasn't like it was other females on the panel arguing, jumping on Amina. It wasn't none of that. It was just Amina and Diva hashing their shit out, because Gotti at the time used to host panels, let people hash their shit out.
Okay. So Mimi, would you say, was partially using this situation with Amina to go at Diva? We also understand that Word Justice was, ready. She was on ready for this. Which is very interesting.
She's permanently an ass eater for Mimi. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was just getting ready to say that it's very interesting that she was very anxious to get on the panel and pummel Diva with verbal assaults. But she has been proven, and so has Mimi, to not be there when Ashe came to, clock asses.
Can we fast? Yeah, because I think we're about that point. Can we dig into that, or are we?
Well, we have some more questions, but I can say that I did observe from their second live they did after the first one, where they had like a Q&A they said was blocked, and they're going to do it over, that someone asked them a question in regards to why haven't they addressed Ashe, and they really said that they tried to say that it was because Ashe was pretty much paid muscle, and that doesn't pass the smell test, for the simple fact that she tore their asses out of the frame. And not only that, she used their asses with toilet tissue and wiped their own asses with it. So it's one thing and this is the other thing, I believe there was an allegation of that with Clyde Diva, but I believe the three of you addressed Clyde Diva.
Yeah.
So if that is
another content creator, which name I would not say at this moment, they made commentary about that, and we agreed. Like, we did think Clyde Diva, I'll say her name. We did think that, she was paid initially. We did. And I still kind of believe that. You know what I'm saying? I still do. But why attack Clyde Diva and not go at Ashe? Clyde Diva was hired muscle. We made a whole lot of going at Clyde Diva. Bitch, I showed my edges and all kinds of shit. We was roasting the shit out of that retarded ass. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be good. We was roasting her. No tea, no shade. We was, boo. And that was that. But you ain't had nothing to say when Ashe was going in your asshole. but you got so much energy for me.
Yeah, that's very troubling and and questionable. Like I don't, and here's the thing. On one end of the spectrum, I could understand why she has or they have this sort of emotional tie because you guys had a rapport. Ashe, they don't really obviously have that much of rapport, but at the other end, you see how badly they were dragged, and including Amina. And this is the thing, you had this energy for diva when it came to Amina. And I mean, Ashe, I mean, she basically stated Amina is clockable and so much worse. So I don't understand, where was that energy? But yet here we are so many months later, we do not have an Ashe drag on deck. And,
Nope.
you know, and she may have, and here's the thing, you have to give her respect. She may have come to New York in Haitian QT's grandmother's clothing and shoes, but she will drag a bitch at any given time. And when she left New York, her boo Bay had, you know, gotten her and set her right. And she's made, you know, her own strides. The thing is, it's weird to me that there's no drag, there's no words, you're just writing it off. Even with Lady Snoop and Misunderstood, they received a question about that. Again, it was dismissed to continue speaking of you. Now, I don't.
That pussy is tight about me, baby.
Yeah, it was just like, oh, we already addressed that. You know, we don't have time. You know, it was really very weird. Now,
I'm
I
better
don't.
than vinegar. I be having these pussies tight.
Well, here's the
Oh,
thing. I don't know what happened in the rest of their life because obviously, I just don't. I heard those few talking points. They were.
say it. They dry. Just say it.
I've said it before.
They're fucking boring.
I have said that they do need to get on a cactus to get some moisture or dehydration going because it
That
is very dry. And I said it. Trolling me in Pastor Jay Wilson's chat when I'm on the panel, Mimi, is not going to work. I'm not a content creator, at least on this side. So outside of that, it feels like also you stated that she was upset. Let's get back on track because we're almost done with these questions. That, you know, she felt like Amina supported, you know, the queens, millennial queens, monetarily and shared links, shout out, and her attendance was there. And she also had this rapport on the back end.
Yeah.
So it could have been for Amina, but I feel like this was just, it feels, excuse me, like this irrational anger towards Diva Tomboy, or Diva Tomboyish. It was unfounded and unwarranted, not that level. So basically, where are we at? So then after this, I remember that you guys had an issue where I saw you guys on the panel and there was somebody else from Grown Folks TV up there with you. I joined and you guys seemed to kind of be at a good place. But I do recall, or at least a place of healing within that weekend. And I think you guys decided to go your own way from Grown Folks TV. But I do recall you said you came in the chat, you changed your name. ZX asked you about it. You said you didn't want to talk about it. And then Mimi and Word Justice came in the chat and they were kind of hot. And that kind of got things escalated on the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the purpose of that question was to say there seemed to be this kind of things escalating from one end to the other with you guys. Tempers flaring, and there's this repeated issue now of a controlling entity here that continues to feel like if they're not happy, you're wrong. So okay,
I can agree with that.
okay,
that's how I feel. That's a good description of it. I can say that. Yeah.
Can you clarify the comments regarding you being upset with MBK and the whole Jazzy situation?
Oh yes, I would love to clear that up.
Mentioned.
because that bitch is horse spitted out horse shit right out of her fucking mouth. And I hope Jazzy is in here to hear this, because Jazzy already know. Okay. Number one thing for sure. Okay. I vented about a lot of things that was going on to Mimi. A lot of things, between things that were happening just with us moving over to Millennial Queens and the things that were happening with us leaving and the support and other shit like, MBK and personal things that I had going on with that. And it wasn't that serious, but I was venting. Now I never vented to her and specifically said that I had a problem with MBK supporting Jazzy. I never said that out of my fucking mouth. I don't give a fuck who somebody supports. Only thing I give a fuck about, and that could be selfish, I don't give a fuck what a bitch think about it. But all I care about really is what's in my immediate circle and what I can control. So my issues were MBK, let's make this very clear, were the fact that when we left to Millennial Queens and we did our own thing, he was very supportive of a lot of other ZX ops, but wasn't supportive of us. And I vented to her about that. And that had nothing to do with Jazzy. That had everything to do with how I felt about how he was moving with us. And I had actually confronted him and Ghetto at the time about this on Chucky's panel, which is not up. We can't see it, whatever. But this was an isolated issue that I not only confronted him on live, but I also asked him about it in private. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't a big deal, but as homegirls, we vent. We sometimes get wrapped up in shit and we talk and we get into shit. You know what I'm saying? But for her to bring that up to make it seem like I was mad because he was supporting Jazzy, you're a lie. And anytime a bitch got to start a story off with saying, let me tell y'all what happened, y'all, that bitch is lying.
Okay. So it makes sense where you would be concerned about the lack of support. And I think you also stated that you discussed this with MBK behind the scenes, and this was a point of contention between the two of you.
Yeah, this is part of the reason why we don't have conversation now.
The other thing, there's a point I want to wrap to, but you also stated that you also discussed this as a grievance with MBK and Ghetto Intellect on Chucky's panel or channel, on his panel. And then after that, you didn't really feel the need to, discuss it any further.
No, because I'm this. I could have one argument with you and move on. As long as it don't go too far, I could just leave that shit alone. Like I could have a dispute with someone and we can have a argument, as long as it doesn't get past the limit of where I say, okay, you're dead to me, then I can move on and never I could just move on and get over shit. A lot of people have an issue with that, sis. These people are psychotic.
Got it. So basically, where was I? So Mimi was upset that you had this dialogue with NBK and Ghetto Intellect on Chucky's panel.
Yeah, she was upset.
Felt like she didn't have a chance to air out how she felt in her grievances.
Yes. Like I kind of stole that. Like I didn't include her in that moment. And that I should have communicated that with her. A lot of things that I did were a problem. Like when I got too drunk, just sidebar example, when I got too drunk on our 1K party, and I don't even remember what I did. She felt like I sabotaged the show, but I really didn't. I really just got drunk and don't fucking hardly remember the night. I swear to God. That's the truth. But everything about my energy was a problem. You know what I'm saying? And I can't be kept in a box. You try to keep me in a box, I'm going to explode. Go ahead, sis.
No, I can understand how she felt like maybe this could have been discussed on the platform, but there's also a chance to invite them over, or she could have gone over there too. So it's, I don't know what her capacity time wise was, but if you were there and you had an opportunity, that could have gone either way. but
Yeah, I could have
make
reached
it
out,
about.
but it happened all so fast. You know how that stuff goes.
I do understand that, and
You
then
know.
I think that you guys are all new, so we'll give her credit for that too.
Yeah, and
So
I'm not biased to that. I could take accountability for in times when I fuck up, but them two hoes can't. Them hoes want to sit
okay,
there and point the blame and play blame the whole live. You hoes are lame and your pussies is dry. So go ahead.
okay.
Sorry.
So no, I'm just saying that at the same time it was fast, but there does seem to be also another trend here is that you guys were not cohesive. There's too much your wild free spirit, and she wanted things ran the way she wanted them, and word justice just went along with the flow.
Yeah.
So you like to be,
She went along with the flow of ass eating out of Mimi. Let's make that
okay,
very clear.
okay. And
Because there
it
were
is,
plenty of conversations, sis. Let me just add this in here
please
that
do.
me and Word Justice had privately. That when me and her talk privately, one on one, and we discuss something, we and her agree to it, and then when Mimi get on the call and it's something else, Word Justice backs out of that and backpedals and pussy pops on a handstand. Okay, so she's an ass eater. She's a for sure and forever will be an ass eater. So she can have all that venom and all that hate, but bitch, you an ass eater for life. That's something I will never be. So me and you are not the
Okay.
same. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I feel like when you have a business together, there's this agreement. If we have, some sort of we have an issue or grievance with someone, we address it as a team. Those type of talks should have been had at the onset. So this isn't really a thing where all you're deemed wrong, she's deemed wrong. These are just FYIs, as
Yes,
you guys were new with this, and it
exactly. I know
appeared.
I was.
Yeah, I'm not stating that any of you are dumb for that, but at the same time, I don't think it's fair to make everything about her. Like she's made two situations, three situations about her, and that seems to be a repeated theme. I didn't get this. Okay, well, you were also speaking to this guy at some point on the back end. At one point, she doesn't feel like he's qualified to tell her anything, but now she's mad at a missed opportunity to address him. So it's like she cannot have it both ways, and she's talking out of both sides of her ass, quite frankly.
Yes, yes,
So the other thing I would like to get to is you stated that, once things started to get escalate between, GFTV family and MBK felt like he should address Mimi and Word Justice for some of the comments that were out there, and you asked him to stop. So
yes.
this
I
became
did.
a point, a stressor for you and him
Yeah.
because you were upset that he was not, he wanted to continue to address them or thought about addressing them. So it was conflict between you and him. In order
Yes.
to stay out of the middle, you decided that you were going to go with your girls, which led to distance. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because we've heard themes of sisterhood and loyalty, but maybe they do or don't know that part of the reason you cut this off with him or had distance on your end was because
Because of them.
exactly.
Yeah,
And this is to say he wasn't already distancing himself on his end, but
exactly.
your reasons for doing what you did tie into loyalty.
Yeah, when I realized that there was going to be a conflict of interest, um, I backed up. I backed up, and a bitch could say whatever they want, but I backed up. I backed up, and after that diva tomboyish panel, that's when things stopped. And there was
Okay.
other things that played a part into it too, which I'm not gonna get into. But that was the needle. That was the needle that broke the camel's back. I'm sorry,
Okay.
and me not being able to, like, I was able to convince him that an apology was needed for him being intrusive, but once I wasn't able to convince him to just not respond and just stay out of it, then I just we just kind of distant. We both did, me and him both. We just distanced ourselves, and we just kind of just went our separate ways, and because I just wasn't dealing with that. I was not gonna deal with mediating between my girls, and I wasn't gonna do that. So I chose
Get that?
righteously, which was to just ride with them because that's what I was doing, riding with them. So they may not believe it, but I stopped having conversations.
All righty.
And we're no longer having conversations shortly after that panel, the Diva panel with Gotti.
There's another point here that's really interesting. Another notation. After this, and after things were continue to escalate with Grown Folks TV and the Millennial Queen versus the Millennial Queens, or vice versa, Mimi wanted to do a show on MBK and Ghetto Intellect and tie in Grown Folks TV. And there was some conversation that she stated that Amina was giving her stuff on MBK, messages, etc. And she wanted the same thing from you.
Yep. And she had asked me for it.
So how did that conversation come about? Can you give us kind of an idea of what she was saying and what the show topic was supposed to be about?
Well, I don't remember. It wasn't an exact. The show topic was exposing MBK for lying. That's what it was supposed to be about, really, mainly.
Lying about what?
Lying about not having conversations with women on the back end and exposing him for having all these conversations with different women on the back end. And I just wasn't okay with that one, because I actually have my own personal situation going on, which I've already explained in my first live. You know what I'm saying? I'm not shy to that, but again, I'm not married either. So I do go through issues and turmoil and shit that goes on in my real life, and which I don't need to explain, but I was doing my thing. And at some point in time between me and him, I just felt like the shit just wasn't, it's just too much drama, like all the way around. The shit was just,
but
I'm just thinking about it. So I'm like, it was just too much. Like,
So getting back, just circling back around.
I'm sorry, let me go back to the conversation. She asked me, she said, do you have, this is exactly what her question was, if I can remember it verbatimly. Do you still have the IG messages that you and MBK have? Are they deleted? Can you check? I said, I don't think I have those anymore. Those are gone. But I'll check, whatever. And she was like, damn, go check and see if they're gone. So the fact that Word Justice is sitting there lying.
Okay, let's park that real quick. So that's very revealing. So I would like to back up for a minute, because MBK has already apologized on Sui's platform to her. He hasn't really done
at this point. Yes, he
hasn't really done anything wrong to her. And in my the understanding that she wants to do this show idea. She brings this about. And then in this same conversation, is this a conversation where she tells you about Amina giving her stuff?
Yes.
What did she say? Can you give us
She was saying that Amina had shared with her screenshots of some DM conversation that her and that Amina and MBK had on the back end. I don't know if she really had that. She just said it. She didn't show me. So for the people in the back, I don't know if that's to be true, but she did say that she was given information, like conversations and a couple pictures from Amina to back that up, and that all she really needed was my, like, whatever I had to give her to add to the show. Now for her to be sitting here acting like, I just want to say she's sitting there saying that I'm the one who came up with the show concept. That's fucking stupid. That's a lie. And the fact that Word Justice is sitting there with her pom-poms, and if you're really paying attention, she really not agreeing to it. She's sitting there quiet like a motherfucker, but she know.
Okay.
And her conscience gonna eat her up at the end of the day. But hold on, sis. Let me just say this. I never I never told this girl that I wanted to expose anything. I've always been on the front end of telling her I'm not comfortable talking about this or exposing this because I have something going on in my personal situation. I can't risk talking about this and exposing him for whatever you want to do. And I have my own situation going on in real time.
We were going to get to that. We were getting ready to get to that. And then also to add to that, NBK had not really done anything wrong to you. So there was no reason to, and you guys were adults. You both have significant others, my understanding. So you understood what you were doing, friendly flirting, whatever, nothing serious. But this is very odd to me because from our earlier question, she wanted a chance to air out grievances with him, but now she's to the point where now she wants to do a full expose, and this doesn't pass the smell test that it was your concept because you had too much to lose in your livelihood, or it would have caused some stressors for you.
Exactly.
So
and she caught, when I expressed that to her, when she got frustrated, she said that I was being selfish and I was.
That was bringing me to my next question on if you could provide us with more details on how the situation escalated between you and Mimi.
Yeah, she got upset because she felt like I was being selfish by choosing my personal life and my real life instead of indulging in the bullshit of exposing somebody who's not in my immediate reality, who's not, you know, anything in my real life. You want me to just be a part of this stupid ass shit that I've already expressed from the jump that I don't want to be part of.
And I also have a note here that you stated that you needed, as Sis Red says, time to recalibrate, and you and your partner were deciding to work on you guys, and also some other family things were going on that I am privy to. And it was also a time management conflict. The energy that was being put into this, it wasn't going anywhere.
Exactly.
And NBK had not done anything to you. You guys just kind of distanced yourselves for, you've stated one of the reasons. So you decided to put your family needs and also the fact that this was going to be more conflict.
Yes.
Your partner is aware.
And I'm gonna also say this from the jump. Even if people really pay attention, if you go back to that, I hate to promote their channel, but it's the truth. If you go back to Millennial Queen's channel and you go back to that first live we did expressing what my issues were with ZX and all that, and even in that live, I expressed that I don't want to continue to talk about them. Even on that live, I expressed my concern with moving forward and starting our content and not still talking about this man. And it's a year later and we're still talking about this dumbass shit. We're rehashing this shit. This shit is dumb.
Okay.
I didn't sign up to be talking about beef with that I have with somebody 2 years later. And that, that's just another thing that made her feel like, from her perception, that I pick and choose who I want to confront. But I guess if you think about it, I do pick and choose because I'm not gonna respond to everything and everyone. I'm just not. I don't give a fuck enough. I don't work in my life, I don't survive I don't been through hell and back out. You think I give a fuck about proving anything to anybody online?
Right. And I
or
totally
just beefing with a bitch.
No, I get that. And on top of that, here's the thing that is questionable and concerning. And I mean that. I don't understand how young women or even older women are picking fights with grown ass men. And these men are old enough to be your dads. Now, I get that. I get, the concerns and the conflict with ZX. I'm not stating that his hands are by any means clean, but if you can make a clean break, if he's not bothering you, I don't know if he was or wasn't. I believe from just in speaking to you, as long as, he hasn't really bothered you per se. Yes, he can be a little petty every now and then, but it's almost one thing I've learned in dealing with him is he's kind of like Rumpelstiltskin. Um, you get what you want, but you're going to pay a price. And you really can't be mad because you don't know him, just like he doesn't know you. So when you're trying to conduct business or you're doing something messy and you're involving somebody, you cannot be mad at the blowback that you receive. But what I do know just in dealing with him is he usually, if you move on, even if you're upset, he may have set you up. I've been there. He doesn't really bother you. So if you just leave him alone and let him be, he will, for the most part, let you be. It's when it keeps going. So is that what you were feeling, is that you don't want to go back and forth with
Yes,
ZX?
and that's what and when ZX made that live, when I did go back, he was saying that, and the reason why he was saying that is because I stressed to them that the reason, and you got to understand, like, because we're gonna get into that whole argument that we had on the back end, but after that, I stressed to him that I was not into just um battling out with them or battling out with the queens either. I
Okay.
wasn't I wasn't I wasn't in the mind frame to be
Mhm.
arguing with them. And so once everything happened and I was over there we was hashing things out, I had to make it clear that I don't want to be part of none of the bullshit.
Right.
Okay.
We're going to get to that, Nisa.
I'm sorry.
Hang on for one sec, because
I
I
just want to
also
say that.
wanted to add that I do not see, this is one thing. I remember having a talk with you girls one time together, and I remember giving you guys a show idea, and it was regarding Jazzy at the time. And at the time, Jazzy and I, because there was some tense stuff going on there. She had made a live about me one time on ZX's panel. I responded in totality. And, you know, she may have felt, because I was over there with, I was on the other side and I was considered a op or whatever, or part of that or whatever. It doesn't even matter. But at the end of the day, I had great amount of compassion for her and still do, to some degree. I will say that I had not went over to Jazzy's and offered the olive branch, and she had not accepted it yet. There was no arguing with anyone else, but I had spoke to you three ladies after that panel. And I recall trying to get a show idea regarding Jazzy, pitching it to you girls. And you
Yeah.
were the only one receptive about peace. And I
Yes.
recall word justice being brutal and very judgmental towards Jazzy, and the same about Mimi. She
Yeah.
was very pro Buddy Lee and anti Jazzy. And then I kind of explained it from a young mother or a woman's point of view. And she just did not want to cross Buddy. And
No, and
I
you were
thought,
witness to that. You were
right.
witness to that.
And then the whole thing was, I wasn't even at this point, Jazzy didn't care very much for me at all because I had tore her ass up. But it was like, don't come for me, I won't come for you. But the thing is after that, I saw what she started to go through, and it really hurt to see that. It hurt me and it hurt Red to some degree. We were kind of feeling her as a mother and as a young woman, and also women that have been young mothers. I'll say all this to say I was hoping that there would have been some empathy from that, from either of those ladies. And there was this talk of sisterhood we keep hearing in Black women, and this is why we can't have it. But I was met with kind of deafening silence. And then months later, a year late, well, months later, we get her, Mimi and Word Justice, saying that ZX and Ashe shouldn't have went at Jazzy like that, and that what was it? Oh yeah, that her opinion, Mimi's opinion of Jazzy was formed by all the things that ZX and others were putting out. When the whole time is months prior, do you recall when we were on the phone?
Yeah.
I was offering her this olive branch with Jazzy, but she wanted none of it. See, nobody knows this until now.
Exactly.
And on top of that, I asked her at that time and advised the three of you, and it was really her to move
Yeah,
on.
that's the time you gave us that image of the Chucky. Oh God, the saw doll.
Red made that. Red made that.
And you gave us the whole opening point, and I was with it, but Mimi didn't roll it out.
No,
She didn't roll it out.
Yeah, word
And
Justice.
you know what she said on the back end? Since when she got off the phone, she said that she wasn't going to, like she always says, it's her show, it's her channel. She's going to do shit how she wants to do it. I said, well, I think it's a good idea. I think that we should do it because they ain't going, what's it, like, what, we going to be beefing with her? Why? Why are we going to, what are we beefing with someone for? Like, I don't have an issue with her. Like, that don't, you know.
Well, here's the thing. Here's
the
thing. That was an opportunity for you guys to have that olive branch with Jazzy. And
yes.
Jazzy has been, doing YouTube maybe longer than you girls. So she would have been able to provide you with some constructive criticism and feedback and pointers, and also giving you an interview because everything was a hot topic. So who better than young women speaking to another millennial? And from a non-judgmental point of view, perhaps you could have asked her those hard questions. So all of that could have gone down on the panel. And that is what I was pitching. And I think Jazzy was at a point where she would have been at least open and receptive to the conversation.
Yes.
And I gave you guys an opening where Justice, I asked her to read it for Jazzy. And this whole time I had never even interacted until I went over there.
Yes.
So it was so weird. But I remember we had a pretty lengthy conversation, a business consultation to some degree.
Yeah, you read our charts and everything.
I did some pointers on there. I was told how accurate I was, but it's really interesting to see what we're saying now over there. But I did tell you, and I told the three of you to leave ZX alone. Do not bring him up because you already had the upswing when you came from Grown Folks TV. People were wanting to support you. Everyone wanted to support. A lot of people did. So you didn't have to make it about ZX. You carved your own lane. This seems to be now about an opportunity that was squandered, and that's no one else's fault. If the person that has the opportunity chooses to sabotage it. So these nitpicks at him to get some sort of weird response is troubling because for the most part, I haven't heard him speak about Millennial Queens.
When we first left, he did.
Yeah.
That's when you heard him. Yes, he did. You heard Mel come up there and tell him like to stop talking about.
Yes, that was unfortunate.
Yes, that he was continuing with the bullshit. But I just think that that was his reaction to what had happened. You know what I'm saying? Because we made a part 1 and a part 2 video to us leaving. I mean, if we're gonna do a video, we gotta respect the reaction, right? Just like this video, I'm gonna respect the reaction, but guess what? Them hoes don't get a watch view from me, so I don't be hearing it. And if I don't hear it, I don't address it unless it's something that I really want to address. And because them hoes are fabricating lies, it's all in all, we gotta debt this shit. So that's why we're doing this interview right now. Go ahead.
And we're about ready to wrap it up, but I was just saying, like months later, I wasn't seeing where the women, for the most part, a lot of those women from Grown Folks came over there to support you ladies. My point is that he knew that it would be bad business and a bad look to keep going after you guys, and there was nothing to go at. And here's why. When you guys left, there wasn't anything to a loss or gain monetarily because you weren't really over there that long.
No,
So
he
for
wasn't.
both sides, this is really like, why do we need to keep telling this story? Because I can understand why they're moving on at grown folks TV for the most part, because they really, there isn't a big brand or tie with this anymore. What you're doing is on your own now. It may anger him or fluster him at times to see maybe you in chats every now and then, and maybe it doesn't. But I'm saying outside of that, where is this big point of contention and entitlement coming from millennial queens? Because you cut your losses with him. So what is this story that you feel that constantly needs to be told and regurgitated?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I agree. I feel like we didn't put in 2-3 years, and thank God we didn't, right?
Thank God you
But
didn't.
we didn't put in that type of effort, and we didn't have that. We got the masses, we got the following, we got the ear, we got everybody listening. But I just didn't think it was enough for us to just drag it out like that. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have enough. We didn't put that much time into it to where we, like, I get it. We did put our content and we did put time in it, but I just don't think it was enough to react into 10 videos about ZX. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not gonna do 10 videos about ZX. And as you can see, that's what she's doing. Because if you go through her videos, regardless of how she wants to mask it or hide it, her little short videos about celebrity gossip or whatever, you're still talking about ZX on all your fucking lives. Your commentary is about ZX.
And you're
And
in
it's a
chat
year later.
rooms of people, maybe, I don't know all, but that are very anti-ZX. And people go wherever they want to go. So it's not
Exactly.
a big deal, but I'm
It
just
really ain't.
saying it goes along with the pattern that there
Exactly.
seems to be. And it could be because she felt he acted inappropriately. We don't know enough about that. What we do know is that we don't see him on a constant basis mentioning or harassing her, and we don't have receipts from her that show that all these months later he consistently is harassing. Hello, Life of Pearl.
Yeah. She's right there. I
Yeah,
agree with that.
now I believe that I would not doubt it that there was divisiveness from him in trying to pitch you all apart and that type of thing, because that's kind of something that I don't doubt. I don't doubt any of it. But the thing is that when it's time to move on, it's time to move on. If he says he's not going to bother you, just cut your losses, do yourself a solid and build with other women.
Exactly.
If you say you're about it, walk it like you talk it.
Ooh.
That has nothing to do with ZX. You can't
Ooh.
blame him, and he will, you can't blame him for something, but then to say this whole thing where you're going at MBK, it just feels so, a little crazy, to be honest, because again, we don't, as young women, you're newbies, that's a lot to start taking on. And I know my mother always warned me, you don't, hit a man or do something and then cry foul when he'll react a certain way. Now, this isn't to say she condoned men hitting or anything like that, but she always told me that, and never look a man in his face and tell him how small his penis was, because he could kill you on sight.
Oh God.
But
Oh my God.
but
That
she
would
also,
send the men off. That would send the men off the
she,
porch.
well, yes, because she has a degree in criminal behavior, and so some of these cases that she would study would be about men, and they did something like serial killers and they had inadequate penis sizes. So I think she kind of put that together there. But I just feel like that's very scary for all the three of you, and it can be very traumatizing.
I know it was a little bit for me. That's why I vowed that I would never, I don't mind collabing with other people, other content creators. It's just a sidebar. But unless it's something that's gonna benefit me, like it's gonna put money in my pocket, and like I'm gonna be able to drop my cash up or something, it's not gonna be something that I'm gonna just do. I'm not gonna help build anything for anyone else unless it's for myself. And it could sound selfish, sorry, but I'm just not in that mind frame of just riding blind and deaf with somebody like that. I'm just not gonna do it.
Good. And I can understand that. And again, it seems like there's definitely a lesson here. But one of the things I wanted to mention that you did speak on in our earlier interview is that Mimi decided to antagonize ZX further by, suggesting that, well,
You see what Red said? Yeah, they have small wieners, Red. Go
well,
ahead.
she was just saying like some of them, not all, but just some of, she got trauma. She's like, don't you ever tell a man that. And okay, thanks for putting that on the rule book, Mom. Yes, Life of Pearl. And I absolutely, because we need to have a show on that, sis.
Yeah, we can do that.
And I'd like Life of Pearl to be there as well, Red and all the other ladies, because one of those things would be to talk about the Chris Brown, Rihanna situation, other situations as mothers. If you
Yes.
have male sons, some of you ladies in the chat or watchers, if you've had, like I have had to deal with a female putting her hands on your son and how he reacted. Well, my son, he didn't hit back. He came and got us or whatever, and we'll go into that, but his big sister has something to say, so
Thank you. I try. I'm just responding to her comment. I try.
yes. So let's have that conversation in Life of Pearl. Please join us on those things and how women can protect themselves if you're down.
Yes.
Now, in getting back into this, you said that Mimi was trying to antagonize Mr. Cannon by going into Suge's chat, and she would get a little irritated that you weren't as interested in chatting in there. And her reason for being in there initially was to solely or partially antagonize ZX. She
Yes.
wasn't really that interested in Suge.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, not at all. And that's what she said. I'm just doing this to make him mad. And I'm like,
so
yeah.
So here's the thing. The reason I wanted to bring this up is because she felt like he was being inappropriate. She's upset. She feels like he's harassing her to some degree. But yet she's going into chat rooms to other content creators and trying to antagonize him and trying to pit these men against each other almost, which can be very dangerous.
Yes, that can be. And yes, that is antagonizing, because just like they didn't like the fact that I was in Sui's chat and all that, or when I'm in other people's chat as a whole period. They're not really being talked about like that, but when they are in the random rare moments that they are being talked about, they don't like when I'm in attendance either. It's antagonizing, right? So it would be the same thing the other way around. If they're in someone's chat, if they're in even if it's Suge, whoever who don't like ZX and they're in it, that's antagonizing. You know what I'm saying? It goes both ways. So
absolutely. I just thought that was interesting, and it probably it's very, it's definitely a point there, because on one hand you're claiming he's doing these things to you, but you're going around trying to solicit his attention by being antagonizing him and then getting mad that you're not in there because she wants you guys to antagonize him.
Exactly.
Last question, second to last question. Did this escalate further? So what brought this to the end, which was that final argument?
Yes, it did. I made up my mind. No one was gonna control me. Millennial Queens and I had cut ties. The next day, I went into
real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is because you and Mimi had this argument.
Prior to that.
Okay,
There were
we
two
forgot to
arguments.
tell everybody what the argument was. You had told her that you were not going to supply her with any information on MBK.
Yes. When we first talked initially, we didn't have a long conversation because by that time, if we fast forward a little bit, once we got to that point, and things were coming out little by little, and things was happening that I couldn't control, I had to minimize my communication with them. I don't know if they're gonna remember or even say, but I wasn't talking to them on the phone as much as I was before because it was affecting my personal life. And that's something that they could never understand. Because they're not laid up with a nigga all day. I don't know. I don't know why they can't understand why I couldn't do that, but neither here nor there. Um, they she was pretty much upset because the first time we talked, I gave her like a short, quick answer. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna call you back. I'm gonna let you know I can't talk right now. And then when we finally did talk, I expressed to her that I was not able to do it, that I do not want to do it, and I got shit going on right here, popping and locking right now in my real life that won't allow me to do it, and I'm not gonna do it. And she got
Okay.
upset and we got into an argument. And that argument led into us actually saying at the end of that call that I was no longer part of Millennial Queens, right? And following that, right, she also said, well, you're not with Millennial Queens no more, and it wasn't exactly verbatimly like this, but once we've established that I'm no longer with Millennial Queens, it goes then into, well, we're not going to see you in ZX chat, right? And
Okay,
it's
I
like,
would like to back up for just one moment
what?
because one of the comments that I have here is that she felt you were being selfish and robbing her of a chance to expose MBK/GFTV. Is that correct? Like she was very upset that she
Like
wasn't
she felt like I
able
was
to do this
sabotaging that.
show.
Yes.
So
Yes.
this is about content.
I think so. Yeah.
This is what her great hard on for ZX and MBK
It could
is
be because she
for.
don't really have content though. Like I don't care what nobody says. Open panel discussions is only 30% of creating content. That's not even the masses of content. Creating content takes real time and effort. Hosting panels about things that go on YouTube that may okay to people who think that everything is content, that may be content, but they don't have content. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. And so as you were, you guys agreed on both sides, you would not be a part of Millennial Queens, excuse me. You would no longer be part of Millennial Queens, where Justice was also on the phone as well. Is that correct?
Yes. And she was
Okay.
actually trying to this is why this is so weird that she could just sit there with that stupid ass voice of hers talking about, oh, she was this liar. You sound fucking stupid and you're a liar. And you're sitting there caping for a bitch that's lying. All that shit gonna eat y'all up in the end. That ain't gonna bother me. My channel may be small, but it's gonna grow and it's gonna be natural and it ain't gonna be brought subscribers and my shit gonna boom on its own. How it's gonna boom. Y'all hoes sitting over there I don't even know what the fuck they doing over there, sis. But what I will say this is what I will say, right? Them bitches, they literally were upset because I backed out, right? So Mimi then said, okay, you pick and choose when you want to address shit. And I don't like that. I have an issue with that. I said, well, now that it's affecting my real life, I'm not going to do it. So you could.
So she expected you to play with your
It
livelihood.
wasn't fair,
right. And not have the understanding that, and this is what I mean, these are agreements that you guys should have had in place, that when it comes to our families, I guess that should already be understood. But it seems to me that as long as you were putting yourself out there, it was fine.
Of course. Because it wasn't them being put out there. Think about it. It was all about what I was doing, who I was talking to, who I was flirting with. Nobody knew anything about Mimi. And I could be a real stank ratchet bitch and just expose her real name and all her business and put up her picture of her child and all. I could do that. But why would I do that? Why would I do that? For what? That shit ain't gonna put money in my motherfucking pocket. I look for money. Okay, beef don't pay the bills. It might give you a couple cash apps, but I don't know where y'all stay at. But where I stay at, rent is more than $1,500. So
Right.
unless
And here's the thing.
bitch ain't
I
beefing
mean,
for free,
doing all of that, it just goes from one extreme to the next. And here's the other thing. I mean, we'll get to this last point, but it seems like there's a restless spirit there with her where she's very angry. And I noticed that colorism is also used as this trope to box people in. But we've seen now where if she's not talking about the other person, they're likely not talking about her. We haven't seen ZX or anyone else make any real anti-Mimi videos that I know of. I mean, if I'm wrong, I
And the
apologize.
only recent video was Lady Snoop. Okay,
Okay,
and
but
then Miss, and we could talk about that because I hear her link about that. And then maybe, I mean, people don't really talk about them, sis. Let's keep
it's
this
okay. I
shit
mean,
all
that's
the way
not a
above.
bad thing that they're not being talked about negatively right now as they're still trying to build. But my point is that the anger seems to be misprojected or unwarranted because it comes from somewhere else. Or is this anger for Amina? And she just paid muscle for Amina because you said earlier when we were speaking that she said Amina gives us money, and she, she was talking about all the support, but the money seemed to be a big thing for her.
Money is a big thing for her
when it came to Amina.
Yeah, because all Amina had to do was cash up her about $100, and that made her feel like she had to go up on a panel and defend a grown ass woman who could allegedly a grown ass woman who could defend herself and was on a one-on-one with another woman. One like she was getting jumped. She was one-on-one with another woman.
So she was being paid crackhead wages. I thought, she claims she has a business and a brand, but it's weird to me that she has this type of time out of her other responsibilities to just hop up on panels, spend so much time plotting and trying to expose people. This is very weird.
No shade, sis. Let me just be real. There's no way. She had she works, but there's no way she's really boasting this entrepreneurship, and you could be on the phone with me and Word Justice for 12 hours in a day.
I mean, that's a long time to be on the phone with somebody.
We literally used to be on the phone all day with each other. All day doing all kinds of shit. But one thing I didn't hear you do was run a hair salon. None of that time we were on the phone. So you can cut all that shit out. Stop it.
I agree, Life of Pearl. Those type of things have to be from the onset, so you know who you're playing with from the beginning. And even though it should be understood, if it's sometimes it's still best to verbalize it. And in terms of I can't take someone who goes into chat rooms and on community tabs to harass somebody's ex-girlfriend when she doesn't fully know the full story. And this is pick me and male identified behavior. So
it really is.
It speaks to.
We're not gonna go into that. That's
yeah, but I'm just saying. I've just noticed a trend here. You know. So lastly, on that last call, you cut ties the day before.
Yes.
She said, in closing.
She asked me, remember what she at the end, she was like, but we're not going to see you in ZX Live. After we had done established that I was no longer part of Millennial Queen, she then slid that in there like, but we're not going to see you in ZX Live, right? In his chat. And I'm like, at that point, I'm thinking in my mind, like, why does that even matter? If I'm not part of your group and we're not in the group dynamic, why are you worried about where I'm going? As long as I'm not talking about you, as long as I'm not bringing you up to nobody else, why the fuck does it matter what I'm doing and where I'm going? You're a fucking control freak, and you need to take a fucking Xanax and sit your stupid pig face ass down some fucking way. Okay, that's number one. And number two, when she said that, that only ignited me more to do it. You stupid ass little girl. See, because one thing you're not gonna do is tell a grown 33-year-old woman who take care of her shit and take care of her kids where the fuck to go. Especially if you ain't putting no money into none of these motherfucking bills that I got, bitch. Ain't nothing you can say or do to move me. So yes, I went into his chat right that same night he went live. And they had actually a panel about a really good topic. I can't remember what it was, but it was a really good topic. It wasn't talking about shit about them. They were talking about the content, the topic. And I indulged. I commented a couple times, and that was a problem. The next day, y'all, Mimi calls me in the morning, okay, and says, see, this is why we had to part ways. This is the shit that I be talking about right here. Then we just talking to me like I'm her child. Then we just disclose that you're not gonna be in ZX chat anymore. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? Do I owe you that? Are we in a group together? Are we cool? Do we have some type of understanding? I'm lost. And the way she came at me, I feel like she was trying to, like I was her child or something. This is where I'm gonna take my accountability. I got loud and I cussed that stupid, smug fuck face that she has on her face when she gets fucking confused and upset. I cussed that bitch out. Okay, that hoe couldn't get a word. I was loud as fuck, like how I always am, like how she always claim I am, but I was loud really then, and I cussed her the fuck out for even calling my phone, trying to straighten me about where the fuck I'm at. And that bitch don't pay none of my bills, and that bitch ain't in the same group. We're not even in the group together no more. We have already established that we're not together no more. So why the fuck are you calling me trying to straighten me about where the fuck I'm at? Ho, I'm grown. So that infuriated me, sis. I cussed her. I don't even remember what I said, but I know I said some fucked up shit. I cussed that bitch out. Okay. And that hoe couldn't get a word in. Word Justice was pressing the numbers, trying to get us to stop yelling over each other. And the last little bit I heard was her threatening me, threatening that she was going to bring her hot ass down here to Florida and whip my ass. No, actually, her verbatim words were, girl, you lucky you're not in front of me because I'll beat your ass right motherfucking now, you stupid bitch. That's
Mimi?
exactly what her words
Mimi
were.
talks like that?
Girl, yeah, she talk like that.
Oh,
don't let that little facade fool you. Yeah, she talk like that.
It's not. I'm not fooled by it. A
lot of people seem to be. That's a facade.
I'm being sarcastic when I
know,
say
sis. I know. You know, I gotta be a dick. But,
okay,
you know,
so let me ask you, wrapping this up, so you can get to your, what you want. Did you threaten any bodily harm to her other than, coarse words?
I mean, no, I did not. I just cussed her the fuck out. I didn't tell her that I would come to her area and run her the fuck over with my car. No, I didn't threaten her in no kind of way, but I did cuss her the fuck out and called her all kind of slimy, dirty, dusty ass bitches for even calling my phone. And who the fuck does she think she is when she don't run shit around here?
You
but
control
her
your movements online. So
exactly.
Then there was also a threat that she made at the end of the call. What was that threat?
She said after she said that she would, if I was in front of her, she'll beat my ass, which I want to put some money on it. And sidebar, and I don't mind dusting off my triceps to see if they motherfucking still popping, clocking, and locking. So if any day you want to come bring your hot tamale ass around me and think you want to shoot a fade, ho, we can do it, and we could go live, and I could give you content, ho, and we can.
What is that comment about?
The comment was, she said that, oh, and you lucky. No, she said you better hope that I don't expose all the stuff that you shared with me with MBK about MBK.
Wow.
That's what the fuck she said to me. So and that even more further enraged me. And I was so loud over the phone. And if you know how loud my voice can get, sis, I was loud. Poor girl couldn't even talk. But by that point, I was so upset. I didn't want to hear shit she had to say. I ain't gonna lie. It was nothing that she could say that could make me calm the fuck down, because she came at me crazy from the jump of the call.
There's nothing that she needed to say. She had already said enough, and she had been from the beginning giving you a clue as to who and the type of caliber of person that she is. Now, I'm going to wrap this up, but I just want to clarify and kind of put this in order. So basically, the first day, it was the day before, it was an attempt to have this exposed on MBK, and she wanted you to relinquish information, more additional information about him. And she also added that Amina gave her information. You declined, telling her, you know, family and personal reasons. She didn't want to respect that and told you were selfish. Guys got into an argument. Then she decides, she tells you guys are heated, but then she puts in, just don't basically go to grown folks TV. You decide, F that shit. You don't tell me where to go. We've cut ties. We've already made, we're of both of the understanding that I'm no longer part of Millennial Queens. But now you're trying to tell me where I can go. So you went over there and typed in the chat anyway. She
Of
called
course,
you.
because that's the rebel
Mhm.
spirit,
Right.
stubborn spirit in
So
me.
you went over there, which could have felt like antagonizing on her
Yes,
part.
it could have. And it could have made her
But
feel
it
some type of
also
way.
felt like she was trying to control a bitch on your part.
Exactly.
So then the next day, you guys get into a very tumultuous confrontation over the phone, where Justice is trying to again de-escalate it. And then it gets so bad, the things that are coming out of both of your mouths, but she takes it to launching that
Too
she
far.
would
She
actually
took it too
assault
far.
you.
That's when the conversation kind of ended towards then. When she
Right.
went to threaten me, and
She
it got to
wanted
that
to do
point where I
bodily
was
harm
like,
to
I
you.
was looking for her to pull up, I hung up the phone because
Okay.
I knew that one thing, I have gotten violent with friends before, and one thing I don't. Let's just highlight this first of all, because I did hear a comment that was made about how two friends can argue and it can be overlooked. No, two women having a cat fight, like, I've had plenty of arguments with a lot of female friends that I've had, and it just be words and we leave it at that, and sometimes we give each other space and we come back at it again the next time, next whatever, whenever we talk again. But when we go into physically violently or threatening violence towards each other, that's where I wash my hands with you, and there's no coming back from that. So for someone to expect loyalty from me after they had done already violently threatening me and trying to control what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, like, for you to expect any loyalty out of that, you're fucking delusional. And as I said before, loyalty is not just giving out like a fucking hors d'oeuvre on a plate when you go to a fucking home warming party. Okay, loyalty is earned. You show yourself, you prove yourself, and you earn loyalty from a bitch, just like respect. It's not just given to a bitch, especially to a bitch who just threatened me. And the fact that Word Justice knows this, and she's sitting over there with the key over there with the bullshit, she gonna have her own shit to deal with. But anyway, you know for a fact I don't owe nobody no fucking loyalty after that last phone call, Word Justice. For you to even be insinuating that I'm disloyal when there's no loyalty, I'm not part of the group, there was nothing left for me to be loyal to, is fucking delusional, and y'all hoes need a motherfucking Xanax, and y'all hoes need to lay the fuck down.
Here's the thing, real quick. I'm reminded of two things. And as far as Word Justice, I can't take anybody serious when they are sporting bodega style veneers in their mouth.
Oh my
She
God.
cannot pronounce
Ooh.
her O's, R's, or S's and even close her mouth. So as far as I've heard, that she made a comment about me that I'm a setup artist, but I really did honestly and genuinely try to support you girls.
You
And
did.
then on top of that, what's interesting is the person she's partnered with is really a setup artist, and she seems to be very devious. And she likes to play on insecurities and colorism to create narratives because her own argument is weak and she's unable to stand on her own foundation. And I can't really take Word Justice serious because she has no voice of her own. She did say that she's expecting. So I think this is probably not a healthy channel to, this energy is not healthy. So I honestly and genuinely, outside of the shady comment, wish her the best, because maybe her heart isn't in it. I never felt that it was. And I hope she's a very pretty lady. She moves on to something else that's for her. I don't think you should expect much from her, and I don't really think this is a word justice thing. But it's sad that she's not speaking up for you, but she's not really speaking up for herself either. So you
No,
can't
which
expect
she didn't
something.
do while we were together either.
Yeah, so you
She
can't
just
have
always
that.
went with whatever Mimi felt or how she,
Right. You
yeah,
can't expect that from her when she's not applying the same for herself. The
exactly.
second thing here is that there was a situation where you were in Sui's chat, and he also told you that Mimi came and talked some crap to him about you. And then when he went to supply you with receipts, she had deleted them.
Yes. And
So
this
this
is
has
where
been
all
a
of this,
repeated theme again.
yeah, this is where, from my understanding, this is from where it started is really Sui's live. When her and Sui got into it about the whole cash shapping, that whole thing that happened with Amina and Mimi cash shapping Suge and Sui making a live about it. That's when Sui opened up in that live. He was going in on me a little bit. He was saying, how could you split the group up? You did that, and that was stupid as fuck for a nigga and all this. Whatever information he had that was false. Once I broke down to him what it really was, he had the understanding of what was going on. He then apologized and not only that, because in that live I was able to explain a little bit in the chat, but I even wasn't able to go deep into it. Once he experienced his own challenges with Mimi, he started to see what I was talking about. So it all happened on his own, on naturally. But he did that live, and he was going in on me, and I was defending myself. And in that live, he was sharing with me that Mimi was telling him things that I had shared with her. And I just felt like that was so disheartening. Like, that was the first time I heard them speaking about me to other people in the chat. So imagine me hearing that, and I had been quiet. Up until that time, I had been quiet. I hadn't been saying nothing. I haven't been talking about nobody or doing anything. And I hear when I go into Sui's chat, not Sui coming at me, he coming at me crazy and telling me all this shit and telling me that you've been telling him shit. And they over there having a whole response video on me responding to something that it was my first time hearing about. That's weird as fuck. You are just,
Yeah.
it's something, ho. I don't know what it is, ho. I don't
Yeah,
want
I
to just
heard
throw
their
that jealous word
responses.
around, ho, but you pressed, ho. You pressed. Because how the fuck you gonna be mad at me for reacting to something that was my first time hearing about? It was my first time hearing that you and Sui were having conversations about me again. And on the back end, bitch, like, you talking about me on YouTube and on the back end with bitches. You
Yeah,
got the
she's
nerve to talk
obsessed.
about me being in everywhere where you being talked about. Girl, you don't be talked about. But clearly you talk about me. You pressed ass bitch. You
Well, here's
clearly
the
be talking
thing.
about me.
Here's the thing. I think that's very it goes to say about what her true character is. And I would say, just to add, I forgot what I was actually going to say. It'll come back to me, but there's first, you're selfish because you want to think of your family first. She wants you to windmill for Amina, potentially making a situation worse. And not really caring about the business that you guys were conducting. No real access to the channel, just some old niggerish way of conducting business. And we don't deal with niggerlators, those that like to try to niggalate, but they don't have a sense of business presence. Then we have this unwarranted and resentfulness of Diva and ZX for whatever reason, playing in Sui's face, then playing in ZX's face and trying to antagonize him to get this fight with him going, which is very odd. Going around trying to get all of this stuff exposed about MBK so she could get a show on her channel, because anyone's guess is as good as mine. Then the climax seems to be she's telling you that she's going to relinquish your personal information and expose you to MBK, and then take it a step further. She's talking cash shit about you on the back end to Sui and telling him your business, but you had never told anybody on YouTube,
Her business.
and you have receipts. And has anybody
I do.
shown receipts of anything you said about her personally?
No, I have
No.
not.
And lastly, after this conversation, you went to MBK, get that last conversation with her, and you told
Yes.
MBK what had happened, and he was
Yes.
forgiving.
He's actually witnessed. He has more of a closer reaction to it more so. Let me just say that, because right when it happened, I called him, and I hadn't been speaking to him months prior. Because once the whole thing happened with Diva T, and me and him just stopped talking after that. You know, me and him hadn't really talked at all, really. And I needed someone to, like, at that time, I felt like I needed someone to talk to once it first happened that was close to the situation. And because she was throwing out little crazy threats and shit, I just felt like, as a woman, because I know that I had shared things with her in confidence that he didn't know about, I felt like I had to come clean and say what it is that I said, because it was going to come out some kind of way, which it eventually did anyway. But
Right.
Whatever.
So you went to him, and then from that point, he also advised you, notes from previous, that you're welcome to come back to grown folks. And he also advised you not to say anything and get wrapped up in the drama and not even to go at them. So again, MBK is offering a message of peace, where she's still, even after she's tried to expose him. So then from that point, you spoke to ZX, you guys spoke on your grievances, you let him know at the door that this was not going to be a situation where you would be providing him any information on Mimi and Word Justice. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And he didn't offer or solicit you for information
No,
either.
he did not.
One else. No one else
No,
on
he
the
did
team.
not. Me and him only talked about what his issue was with me, and mainly what my issue was with him at the time.
Okay. And no one else from Grown Folks TV came to you and approached you for information on these ladies?
No.
Okay. So here's the thing, and you kind of made it known to some degree that you coming back over there is not about having a go at them, meaning that you're not trying to get on his platform and do lives about millennial queens, and nor did you.
No, I didn't.
You did not participate in any lives about them.
No.
Okay. So aside from you guys being in chats where one another is being talked about, really you just moved on with your day. You went on about your day, as they say, on about your day.
Yes, it's pretty much. I did.
Okay.
I did.
So this is very odd, because I remember seeing that live about your reaction, because really when Suey was telling you that they were speaking, or she was speaking about you on the back end, you were just kind of like, wow, you were shocked. But I didn't see any, you weren't tearing them apart. Then I saw Word Justice come out very vicious, Amina, and then Mimi. And Amina had food in her mouth. Uncle Daddy had food in her mouth. So I was thinking to myself, I'm not going to let them dogpile you, because that seems to be a big word around here. So I stepped in, because I was actually talking to you for some time when we got back in touch, and you were hurt, but we never spoke about them a lot. I could probably count on one hand the times you actually spoke on these girls.
Yeah, because that was sensitive for me, because I actually trusted them, and it was, I felt like a dumb motherfucker for trusting them. I felt a lot of different kind of ways, and I didn't want to express that too much. And you know how I felt about them.
I do.
Initially.
I do, because I've actually had the conversation with the three of you. And the other thing I want to say is ask you, what do you feel when you hear these comments being made that your looks are why you're doing what you're doing, and that you're maybe a pick me or male identified, and or you're going where the men are, or
well, that's not true, technically speaking, because if we go back and think about it, you know, I'm here doing my own thing by myself, doing my own thing, just trying to create my own lane and move on with my own channel. However, how do I feel about, like, this is my thing. Anybody who really knows me, and you know, once we get into more of the chapters of the club, y'all gonna really get to know what type of person I am. There's nothing about me that's male identified. There's nothing about me that looks for justification or acceptance from a man. I didn't leave. Let me make this very clear in English for the people in the back who are fucking retarded. I did not leave Millennial Queens for a nigga. Okay? I left Millennial Queens for my integrity and my peace. Because I had real shit in my real life, my real personal life. Things were taking a toll and it was not worth it. All right. So a person can call that selfish, whatever you want to call it. I don't give a fuck. I did what I felt was best for me in my personal life. And whoever doesn't agree can suck my whole ass with shit on it. You feel me? So at the end of the day, I really don't give a fuck. Like, they can feel like that, but my looks, the way that I look, hold on, because I'm done with this shit. The way that I look is just only it's only the surface level. If you really a surface dweller, you only caught up into this. But like I said, once you get to know me and once we get into shit, you'll understand that there's nothing about me that's male identified. Just like I said, now I don't want to say male identified because, you know, I don't even know what the fuck. Like, I know what that means, but it sounds stupid as fuck when you say it. But I'm saying, like, my first thought wasn't to lead a group to go be with MBK. And the fact that Mimi keeps saying that and she knows that I have a real situation going on here in my home, she's a fucking idiot. And she's going on with a lie. And she knows that's a lie.
MBK with someone else? That's, I don't want to.
By that time, yes, he was with somebody else.
And when he said you're welcome back, it wasn't from a romantic or
flirtation. No, it was not.
He was already with the cryptos, as they
are commonly.
He's commonly referred to as the cryptos, and you already understood and had respect for that. So it had nothing to do with you thinking that. And here's the other thing: you didn't have to leave Millennial Queens to go be with MBK.
No, I didn't.
Y'all were already talking.
Yes.
So this point is foolish.
It is foolish. It's a lie. It's just something that she wants to run with. Because if I left the group for MBK, then why didn't I just leave the group? Like, I already was establishing that conversation and being in a group with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why? That doesn't make any sense, sis. It doesn't.
It's hard being, you know, in the middle of stuff, I know, but I think that that's terrible. And I think you've been put through a lot, and it's really sad because I know, as a woman of color, and we are both women of color, we are both Afro-Latinas, and women that are multiracial.
Yes.
And we hear people getting it confused because they think that if you say somebody is Puerto Rican, that means that they cannot be Black. Puerto Rican or these different places, I have to just say this, that does not mean that you're not Black. Black is a race.
Mm-hmm.
Please get ethnicity, nationality, and all of that right with us, because it is a pet peeve. But I will also say that we also have daughters, we have children, you know.
Yes.
For you as a woman raising daughters, multiracial daughters, Black daughters, and you hear these colorism, these attacks or allegations that because of your skin tone and so forth, how does that truly make you feel? And you knew what
it makes me feel like there's some self-hating ass bitches, because I don't put that much thought into another bitch and they skin color and how, and I just don't. I really don't. It shows me they're like, to me, that's projection. Like, unless I'm giving you that, there's nothing that proves that I did, like, that's me and my characteristic. There's not, Mimi wasn't able to show no receipts, no proof of none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? She's just going off of what she may feel, which is a lie.
Well, she seems to be feeling that a lot, because I remember one time coming across something over there, and it's something about nobody likes to hear a brown girl or black girl speaking whenever, and it just seems like there's one thing when it's really happening, and sure, people can launch microaggressions, but it seems to be a repeated theme and a crutch for her to lash on, because she's just melanated melatonin on YouTube. You put people to sleep. That's not because you are dark skinned. And it has nothing to do with that. You're just melanated melatonin. And you're the fact that you're unable to accept feedback, direction, and
anything dealing with that channel, she would not take no feedback from.
Right. And that's very concerning. But you look for cash apps, crackhead wages from Amina, and that says a lot.
It sure does.
And to pitch you and make you into this, oh well, you know, girls, women like her, you know, and not saying that
women like me, like let's expound on that. Women like me that worked at the club, who had to hustle and struggle for everything that I got. A woman like me who faced astounding fucking scenarios and situations in my life that I have withstand and beat and stood on top of. That type of woman, the type of woman, what are you talking about? What, like, I don't give a, if I gave a fuck, I would be on here making a live every day trying to combat everything that a bitch said. I truly can't I can't even feed into that, because that's delusional. Like, I know what type of woman that I am, and I know what I stand on. But what I'm not gonna do is stand on bullshit. Mimi got that whole thing going on with, you know, I really feel like if you really just look at it, we did our part 1, part 2. We even did a couple other videos. She's still talking about ZX. And it's been a whole year.
It's excessive. And the thing is, in all that time, they could have been creating content. And here's the thing. I see, you know, she fancies Uncle Suge. And you know the story I told you about how you guys really got over to Uncle Suge, right? Well, Uncle Suge,
I mean,
that. And
you told us briefly.
Yeah.
Well, you told me briefly.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. She's had plenty of opportunity, because he does state that he's went to he has some broadcasting experience, and he's been an intern before, to really get Q&A with him, to partner, to mentor, and to shadow with him and others that create content, you know, and to understand how that all works. So to stop doing what would, you know, that she could eventually master, to go around being messy Mimi all day, seems very counterproductive. If you left the group, you're not talking about her. I don't understand what this demonizing is, but then she's telling you, you pick and choose who you want to address, but then she's choosing to do that with Ashe. So anyways, I'm going to let you go ahead on and open up your panel and all of that. We finished with the interview. You already answered the last question at the beginning, that, you know, you wouldn't do anything different.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't, only because, well, what I would have done different is when we first, remember when that thing happened on the panel the very first time, and they overreacted because I was on ZX panel, and I had just changed my name, and ZX called me up there, and you and Nita Meyer were like the mediators in that situation. The only thing I would change is right then and there, when that was actually one of our very first big arguments, and right then and there, when shit went crazy and I felt weird about them, I should have left, and I didn't leave. That I would change. Like, right then and there, I had decided to not be part of the group. I had decided to just move on, whether it be with grown folks, whatever. I just wanted to move on. That very first time that we argued, but I went against that. Because we talked on the back end, and I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try it again. I ain't gonna just like do it like that. I'm not gonna do that like that.
But
I
also
was very
want you
upset,
guys.
and my spirit told me to do them like that. And now, fast forward, sitting where I am now, I see why my spirit told me to do them like that. I see why.
Remember when we had the back end conversation, the four of us, and I told you girls that you were going to need to be careful because there were going to be some challenges, and this could be a repeated thing.
Yes, I
And
remember that.
then the next time we got in contact, you were no longer, together. And I
Yeah.
will say that that show that I suggested about Jazzy and you girls all coming together in sisterhood, I want to say this. It was based on, I was inspired, not based, but part of it is one time Clydiva, I happened to be listening to her, and it was something about ZX. And I don't know what was going on between her and him at the time, but she said that the way women were losing is they were going to other men, and that they should have been trusting each other enough. Instead of going to men, they should have been going to other women. Now, I know that people have their opinions, but I actually think that she's very funny to me. And I also just wish her the best. I have a soft spot for her. But Team Capricorn, and she is Team Capricorn, so we gotta, bring her over the line, even Uncle Daddy.
Yes.
but but
Oh, sis, before
I
you go, can we talk about once that argument happened and she threatened me, and then because she didn't like the fact that I was back with I was in his chat, because I really wasn't back with ZX at the time. I was just in his chat right after, and she felt some type of way, and then we had that argument right after that. What happened when I did finally, when MBK said, you can come back, and me and ZX talked, and I went back. I wasn't there for that long. Just to fast forward to catch up a little bit more further into what's happening now. It's just more up to date, just a little bit. My wrench was taken or whatever, because I be in places that people might not like. I have
you were supporting Jazzy, a woman,
yes.
a woman.
Well,
you were supporting Jazzy very
I
openly.
think that when he seen that I had a wrench in Jazzy's chat, he really had an issue with that. And he went ahead and because I heard him subliminally say that like a few months back about, remember when all of us had first left, Nita Meyer, me, all of this stuff. He had mentioned subliminally, like, the reason why we took all their wrenches is because they was in places that we don't agree, or they got wrenches with people that we argue with. And listen, if that's one of your requirements to have a wrench in your chat, take my motherfucker. Take it, and you can shove that bitch up your ass. Because I don't give a fuck that much. Yes, I came back. Yes, we had a conflict resolution, and we came to some we really came to agree to disagree. You know what I'm saying? But and I learned. I went back. Okay, I learned that wasn't the best fit for me. I learned that ZX, I'm sorry, I don't mean to go into a little rant, but ZX does some disgusting shit that I just can't get jiggy with. Okay, I just can't. And he just like, and you know what's crazy? Him and Mimi share a lot of qualities alike. They both want you to drink from the fucking Kool-Aid without asking no questions. Just that's how you show them your loyalty. To me, that's not how loyalty. Loyalty is not defined by me jumping every time you say. You know what I'm saying? That's not loyalty to me. Lord, that's not even how you test somebody's loyalty. Like, you loyal to me because you be everywhere where I be at, and every time a bitch come for me, you be chopping their head. That ain't loyalty. That's ass eating. Okay, let's break that shit down real quick. That's straight up ass eating. That's dick sucking. That's pussy plant. That's pussy fondling. Oh shit. Girl, guess who in the back? Let me know if you want me to let him up.
Who?
Because this is only you.
Who?
I'm asking you because
I don't see who else in the back.
if you wasn't up here, I wouldn't ask because it's just me. But because you're up here out of respect, I want to know if you know Beasley's in the back. Do you want me to let him up?
Yeah, he can come up.
Okay.
I didn't know that we were at the questions part, but yeah,
no, we wasn't. We wasn't. We really wasn't. But I have the link pinned in the chat.
Yeah, as long as he's respectful, I don't have a problem. Sure.
Okay, Beasley, you are coming in when we're trying to end it. When we're trying to end the interview.
That's okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you up. What's up, Beasley? What's going on?
No, not just I was listening to you guys, and this is the problem that goes around in these spaces, that these cult leaders think they own people. You know,
yes,
I'm agreeing with you, and then they put a lot of pressure on you, like kiss my ass. You know, it's crazy that they would think they could own people, and I would never do that with people. I would never.
Yeah,
I don't ever do that with
you can't
people.
control where people go, and you can't tell people, oh, we're not gonna see you in ZX chat, right? And it's like I can be wherever I want to be, whether it's ZX or Beasley, whoever chat I want to go into. I should be free to do that, especially if me and you aren't on the best of terms either. You know what I'm saying? And people trying to control where everyone goes.
Tribalism. That's cult shit. And you said when you said Kool-Aid, I'm like, yeah, you got the right idea. These people are fucking crazy. They think they control.
As long as you're drinking from what they're drinking from, they're saying you're loyal. But that, to me, I come from a strip club, Beasley. I worked in a strip club. Loyalty is not defined that way. Okay, my whole logic about loyalty is the loyalty is tested. That's how you earn loyalty. You earn loyalty. You don't just give it and just follow behind a bitch, and that's called loyalty. I don't know where these people come from, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how am I going to let somebody play general in my life? You know, that's crazy. I've never done that anywhere at any time, and for these people to expect that, I mean, it's ridiculous.
It really is. It's a lot. You're right. It's a lot going on.
And there's a lot of them that think. There's a lot of them that think like that. I call them out. They cult leaders. They cult leaders and cult members, and it tells you about what sheep the majority of people are. I'm like, how would you let somebody do you like that? I mean, I'll bring him up for example because I think he's comedy. There's this MBK dude. I don't even really know who he was, you know, but how you let them kick you out like that and then you come begging back? I'm like, what? And you telling me that you somebody in real life? You don't even have your pride enough to be your old man on the damn internet. How you your old man in real life?
Well, that's another thing. That's
you don't have to comment. That's me commenting.
Well, you're right. You're right though, but that's a whole nother thing. But that's a good observation though.
Yeah, I'm like, why? I left that dude. That dude begged me to come around, begged me to stay there, begged me, literally begged me. I'm like, dude, I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking with you no more. And I told him exactly why. I said, but it's okay. I'm bouncing. A week later, even after talking with him, he really has abandonment issues or some shit. Somebody did something to that dude because he got a whole lot of issues. And you notice how it's like, you don't have to say anything, and you don't have to even let me continue doing this because I can do this shit on my own channel. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to be messy. I just speak my fucking mind, so I can do this shit on my own channel.
This is the space to do it. You know, you can speak. All
right. Man, this dude's a bozo, man. This guy it's like ridiculous. He's a complete paradox. He's saying one thing and doing another. That whole channel was supposed to be built to respect women, you know, to respect.
That's what I was told.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, that was why I went over there.
Yeah, that's why I supported ZX in the beginning.
When I would have a bump in the head with somebody over there, and I would, you know, it would slip out, and I'd be like, "Oh, shut up, bitch!" And then they'd be like, "Ooh, we did what?" Then now, but look at him now. And the crazy part is, I don't know if you guys ever bother to listen to me and everything, but he's become me. He's become what I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be the terrorist fucking troll that's fucking with people. I don't even do that. I don't do none of that shit no more. I just like been there, done all of that. I'm just trying to have fun and have a little show and laugh and joke around.
I do come by. Sometimes I'll be in your bushes, but I do come by.
Yeah, I come by every now and then. Um,
Sometimes it's fun. I'm getting mighty personal. I share a whole lot of my personal life, and people think that that I'm just really comfortable with. I don't care, and then I fight with the people that I fight with, and they
well,
ignore me. Go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
no, I was looking one time to see if you were going to do the book readings because I remember on Grown Folks' channel we initially talked about reading some of the same books. We had some of the same book interests, and I like the music, especially when you play
Yes.
like the '90s West Coast gangster rap because during that time I grew up on the West Coast. I'm from New York, but when we
Mhm.
moved from Germany, we lived on the West Coast. And when you talk about, you know, your
I
good
didn't.
old
I didn't.
days,
I didn't think you would. I didn't. I wonder who those people in the bushes are. Like, wow, who are you people? Because I know
Yes.
some of them. They know some of them. People. Some of the people truly hate you, but then some of them pop out and they know you already. This is a really experience for me because I
well, I
haven't
was
done.
also
Yeah.
wondering if you were going to tell people more stories about our phone sex escapades.
Oh, you know
Oh
that's some.
shit.
You know that's some bull. You know
Oh
that's some.
shit.
You know that's some bullshit that I
I know,
made
I'm
up and
just
everything. Because
teasing
that
you.
shit
I
much. You
know,
know it's cool. That's some bullshit that I made up and everything. Because I mean I'm
I
over
know.
it. Because I just. I.
It's okay.
I
Yeah.
love it.
I had
I
to have
love it.
a good tease.
I love it.
I'm
Huh?
gonna put some respect on your name, Sir
I don't mind. I
Beasley.
don't mind getting teased a little bit. I don't mind being completely real. I'm not above telling some stuff and embellishing some stuff to make it to make this to spice this shit up. Most of the time, I tell the truth.
Yeah, I get it. I think we should just add Sir Beasley to kind of knight you because you have changed. And even I've noticed it. And you're right. I have noticed
I'm
the
playing a different. I'm playing a different position.
I
it's
see.
working for
I
you.
have been
I'm
by
playing
your
a different.
channel.
I'm playing a
Subscribe to your
different position.
channel. So
I'm playing a different position. A different
okay.
position. Yeah, and I was never that. And I get to looking at these people like look at them now, and I'm looking who you guys really are. And
Mm.
they are phony. When I say they're phony, everything they say they don't do, they do.
They do.
You know,
Hmm.
everything they try to play some moral shit, with is that they violate that stuff. I mean, and
Constant
they go ahead.
contradiction. No, I was
Yeah,
just
man,
going to add to that.
and people see through that shit. People see through it. The people that are riding with, I wouldn't even want to be around people that were supposed to be like with me and not going to call me out on some inconsistent ass, hypocritical shit. I invite them people to say things,
I would tell you, Beasley, and I hope it's okay to say,
say
I
whatever you want.
just wanted to say that there were a few things that you were trying to educate me on about this and certain things you were right about. And it really warmed my heart to see you over there kind of counseling and being very respectful to Misunderstood and also Miss Hicks.
Mm.
It really showed me and it made me admire you again.
Oh, I like that. Look at
That
that.
that's nothing. That's nothing hard. But that's nothing hard to do to have some empathy for people.
No, but
Yeah,
these
It's
that's
people
not,
nothing.
but
around
we find
here,
it hard. It's rare. We don't see that a lot on YouTube. I don't.
Um,
I don't see empathy
no,
like
I don't know why. I don't know why. And
I
it's
don't
nothing
either.
and it's nothing that I'm trying to do, like to win brownie points to anybody. These are people, man.
Exactly.
These are people, and people go through shit. I go through shit. It helps. It be a
Right.
little be a little understanding. You never know when you might be in the jam and need some kind words. And
Mhm.
and I see and I'm not. I've always been like that though. I'm not gonna let people get bullied around me. I'm the biggest bully of them all, if you have asked me. And I'm not gonna let people get bullied around me. I don't join in on if even if I don't like somebody and everybody's piling on them, it makes me want to go on their side and help them defend them. So I'm
I
not
get
with
what
all
you're
that.
saying.
I'm not with all that shit. I'm not with
that's
all
where
that
I
shit.
went wrong, Beasley. Remember that.
What's that?
Going against the grain and going about it the wrong way and all of that other
Oh,
stuff.
you definitely made the shit interesting. Cause like here she goes, here she goes. And I'm
Oh,
like, and I'm
oh.
behind the scenes like, stop her, just let the
I'm behind the
situation
scenes
breathe.
doing this.
Let the situation breathe a bit and see what happens after you make your move. see what the reactions are, then you do something else. You can't just no. This shit's
Yeah. I mean,
there's
I've been, business and
there's a
corporate all
there's
day.
a
I don't know
there-
this world, you know?
there's a science to manipulation of the masses.
Yeah, yeah, for
I
sure.
see
You're
that.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
But the
Well,
rules don't apply the same online as they do.
it's a different dimension. It's a
Yeah,
whole different
yeah,
dimension. When you
it really is.
your real life sensibilities in here, your real life sensibilities, like somebody like Bella does, that's just gonna give you some fucking conflicts. It's
That's
gonna give you
exactly what happened.
it gives you conflicts. I plus I'm a man, and men and women we're just different, man.
We are.
They're just different, and not all men are the same, and not all women are the same. But generally, at least men of my era, you know, we're trained to like to think our way and solve a solution, and women have more of a tendency to feel things. Like if a woman calls you and she has a problem with something, she doesn't necessarily want a solution. She wants you to commiserate with her. You know, she wants you like, oh, I know how you feel. Oh, wow, that's horrible. She's not looking for a solution. And men think in terms of solutions. And I
That's
don't know.
very true.
I don't
That's
have this. I don't. I'm older than most of y'all, and I don't have this shit figured out yet. So
I don't think any of us will ever have it figured out. I don't think it's designed for us to have it figured out. That would be perfect, right? If we could figure it all out. And I just don't think it's meant for us to do that. You know what I mean? I don't
yeah,
know.
you're probably right. You're probably
Beasley, I did
yeah.
want to say, because you're up here, and if you could speak to it, if you feel free. We were,
I always feel free. Go ahead.
um, I know that you are a multiracial black man, and I see, that your hair has grown really long. And there was
COVID.
all of this talk that you were, and it doesn't matter if you were, it never did. But one of the biggest things that was frustrating to me, because I've spoken with you before and I've seen pictures when you were younger, and I know how proud you are of your family. And I actually thought that we were of some relation because of some of the same areas we discussed.
Possibility. There was a possibility there,
There
right.
really is on my mother's side, her biological dad, but that you're not a black man just because you're light skinned, or that you're light.
Man, I've been hearing
That
this shit
was
all my life.
insane.
Let me see Nessa. My mother's darker than Nessa.
Mm.
Mhm.
My mother's darker than Nessa. My mother raised me. That's who I'm with 90 was, the majority of the time.
Mhm.
My father my father has Creole in him,
Mhm.
but it's all mixed up, man. I don't be tripping off of none of that bullshit. That's
And that's
everybody else's trip. I mean, I've been hearing that bullshit all my fucking life. That shit doesn't faze me or bother me at all. What I don't like is somebody like Uncle Sticky Fingers with this thieving ass, you know, trying to get like, because I see what they try to do, He was over there like, this white man, this monster attacking back. Come on, man. You can't think of nothing better than that. I'm cooking the fuck out your ass from top to bottom, your character, everything about you. I'm wearing you the fuck out.
you
And
were. Did you ever get a response?
he's finally starting to punch back. I'm like, it's about time. We ride on that nigga tomorrow though.
Are you going
I'm
live
like, you
tomorrow?
guys are just gonna let me do this to you, and y'all act like you don't fucking hear it. You don't know. You guys know they scared. They can't. This isn't my ego talking, but they can't deal with me because I don't. I've got skin like a honey badger. I've been doing this shit. I don't give a fuck what you say.
He
I
said,
don't care what you
A
say.
honey badger. If you knew how dangerous those doggone things
I'm
are.
a honey badger.
they are very dangerous.
And they're smart.
They
and
are very
resourceful.
smart. They
Right.
are very smart.
Yeah, they fight lions and shit. These motherfuckers are something else. I
And
read all about
they're
them.
like the size of a squirrel, not a squirrel, but like a possum. That like
Maybe a
Like a
raccoon.
raccoon. They're a little bigger. So,
And
let
they-
me ask, and being messy, is it the yellow shoes that set you off about?
Oh, he's just a bitch. He's just other. I mean, I've been yellow. Oh, you must have heard the yellow shoes. Oh, them
You
yellow
told
shoes
me
burn
about
me
the
out.
yellow
We don't do
shoes, and
that.
you
We
told
don't
me
do that
about
shit
it.
out here in Los Angeles, the West Coast. Wear no yellow yellow ass. All the yellow shoes set me off. I saw both of them got yellow shoes. They show them the fuck off. When they start showing off, like, look at mine. Check. I'm like, is you really showing some jewelry like that? It's the bum Olympics. Like,
Yeah, I do have to admit there is a certain turn off when someone starts showing it reeks of
Mm.
somebody that's never had shit. And when you're used to having shit and you can look at
come on, a
stuff like I
55-year
have,
old man showing off some fucking tennis shoes.
well, I'm just saying, well, I didn't, oh, did he show off tennis shoes?
Man, they both have already been. They've already poor guys. You know that they got all this. They got all this damn ego. They insecure as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's
A
their
lot of men,
insecurity.
technically.
Yeah, their insecurity got something to prove. Look what they've done with Von Quisha and pulled up all of his damn shit and found out and dug his whole life up. Hold on. When I saw him yesterday, because I only watch him for 5 minutes, and that's enough material to talk shit on him. When he's pulling out his debit cards and his credit cards and his to show that his name isn't Johnny, that he doesn't have Johnny on his thing, you know, that's the kind that's the
Did
kind
he
of shit
really do that?
he pulled out his
Yes, he
social.
did do that, sis. He did. He pulled out a
Why?
credit card, a social security card, and his driver's license. Yes.
He showed his
And he
power
almost
bill.
doxed himself with his social because he almost showed his social because his finger didn't block it all the way. So if a bitch was really on some troll shit, they would pause that and try to make out what those numbers are. I ain't gonna tell nobody what to do, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to do much with this bad credit having ass. You ain't gonna get too far.
Stop.
That motherfucker owed $4,000 to the water bill company. All these people, MBK had to pay his fucking oil bill. I thought during COVID, I thought back east, that fool was walking around that fucking house last December and everything, you know, and he got on a hoodie and a hat. I'm like, what you got on a wool hat and a fucking jacket, blowing smoke and shit and everything. You know, the fucking condensed man from the cold weather. That guy had to save
He
him.
was over there turning
Wow.
blue. Let me stop before we get called hookers. And you know, because he's over there in the beef sector and he's just, you know, I don't have
That
any.
is so stupid to go over there. That
You
is so
don't like
stupid.
it? What happened? I thought you were merging with Dee Dee Loop Loop.
Oh hell
I'm
no.
just joking. You know,
Poor lady, poor lady. No, poor lady. I tried to be nice to her. I went on there and just was nice to her. No, poor lady.
I was wondering how long you were going to last on her panel because that was like the ultimate test of patience. I think I was thinking, how is he dealing with this? Because I'm about ready to pull my hair out.
I've learned. You know, I learned to be patient. You know, try to be nice to people sometimes. And you know, maybe you build an ally. Nothing wrong with being nice to people. Being
Right,
okay
right.
with people.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, nothing wrong with being nice to people. I don't have anything up my sleeve. She's not nice. She's not.
She's not nice. That's my issue. Is she's not nice and she's
Yeah,
very rude.
yeah, she got nice. And then she was trying, but she tried to like to. She came up over my show and I let her on the panel. And I said, look, just because you don't get along with Von Quisha now, I don't think like I'm interested in any type of alliance or allyship. I don't need you. I mean, I don't need you to fight him and everything. And she said, no, I didn't come over for that. I'm like, yeah, you did. I'm thinking, yeah, that's exactly what you did. Then she went off and did win the show and started talking about my penis and stuff. I was like,
Oh my God.
she's wrong. She's wrong.
Damn.
Do you think it's a smart idea?
Did you
to
send
have
a dick
these
pic though?
sectors-
Did
Oh,
you send a
No,
dick
I
pic?
don't send no dick pics. Come
Oh,
on.
I'm just asking. Okay, go
No,
ahead, sir.
come on. I'm better tell you, I'm a gentleman.
he's
Oh,
a
okay.
he's for the most part a gentleman, and he's very intelligent.
I mean,
Uh,
I've had conversations with Beasley before.
He's
I do think that he's very intelligent. He has very
he
unique
has
commentary.
yeah,
I
and
will
he
say
has
that.
good
He thinks
stories
outside the
about
box.
from the past. Um, And
You know what happens? Let me tell you guys what happens.
tell
You
us.
play that old music, and it triggers shit. Just like when you listen to old music, you're like, oh, I remember that. It just brings back your memory. You just start talking about it, and then people like listening to it.
I know that I recalled a few songs that you were playing over there when I was younger, and I would hear my father listening and singing, and he would always be off key. So that's how I remembered the song, and I was like, "Wow, I remember these." And no, I wasn't really allowed to listen to the West,
Really?
the West Coast gangster rap when I was younger, really younger, but I would still hear it. And
Right.
so, and then obviously, a lot happened, but yes, so it reminded me.
You grew up fast. You grew up kind of fast.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm cool. I'm glad that we can come up here and just chit chat with. It got a little messy and everything, and there's no hate. So, and that's why kind of what I wanted to say. I'm not tripping off of none of that shit that happened. So you shouldn't either.
I'm
Okay.
not. I just wished I could have handled things differently, especially
Oh
when.
boy, I wish I could have helped you handle things differently. Oh, trust me, I tried through
I
the
know.
connection. I
I know.
tried. I was like, no, no,
Oh
no,
man, yeah,
no,
that was bad, and
no.
that was terrible. And there's
Stop. Put the
always a way
brakes
to do
on.
something. Yeah.
Put the brakes. And I don't know. Then all of a sudden, I'm
Okay.
like, why is she mentioning me? No, no, no.
That
It's all
was
right.
silly. And I don't even, that wasn't
Eh,
even true from what I've later heard. I didn't have any information on it. I didn't know if it is or isn't. It was just wrong.
what was really true?
Just
You said
anything
I
that
had
I
bed sores
mentioned.
all over me. Yeah, I said I had bed sores over my body. I had to start looking. I was like, I don't bed sores all over me. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
you didn't have Bessers. I was just upset, but um, yeah,
It's all
I
good.
will
Something we don't
definitely.
even have to. We don't even have to even mention anything about it. I'm not tripping. What's done is done. And you were actually helpful on the other front. You know,
Hmm.
letting me know. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I used everything. I used everything to my advantage. It worked out. It worked out well.
it always will.
Sometimes it pays just to shut the fuck up and watch.
I have definitely gone back to that because that's what I did
That's a whole fact.
the real world. So I don't know what got in my spirit, as they say, but lesson learned. Um,
Uh,
and I will be over there uh, when I can to see one of your shows. I hope you do the book readings. There's some books that.
Ah man, you know what? I was supposed to do that and never followed up on it. And had I continued to do that, I would have probably read 10 books by now. You know,
I,
I'd have
I'm,
take, I would have read 10 books by now, and how much more worldly or knowledgeable or just better off you
mhm.
are having information. And I was going to read all black literature. I
I
was going to even
think you
try
do.
Toni Morrison, some of that stuff. He can't read. He can't read, and
A jokey had. I thought I heard her say that on Chucky's panel that he's using something to type out the sentences. I don't know. I better stay away from that one, but because I know the hooker is coming. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm
well,
joking.
we're only 12 people over here. There's not going to be any shouldn't be
Right,
any. You
right.
never know. What? Just don't. I don't know. You guys watch him. I don't watch him.
No,
I, I
I
I
don't watch
mean,
them either.
unless it's something big happening, I don't really be watching them like that.
I don't.
Something has to happen for me, like something has to happen for me to,
I
something
know. I
big.
I know. I know this shit was smoking yesterday. I was
What
like, oh wow,
happened?
oh boy, oh boy.
There's a lot
I left.
going on. I
I
don't
left
even know if I
private.
caught
Is it because of
everything.
the beef sector, y'all? What's
No,
going
I don't
on?
even go over there. That ain't no place for a straight man. That ain't no place for no regular man. That's a
It
place
should be
for.
very well integrated.
That's a place. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm not going over there. I'm not fucking
Jesus,
around.
hell no,
I'm
y'all ain't
not
gonna
fucking.
catch me
Nah,
over there.
they'll cut you to shreds. They're not playing over there. And
They
they're
don't play.
no, they're further along. I mean, which means they're
They
filing
are.
lawsuits. They're doing this. They're doing whatever, and they're far more sophisticated and far more nasty. And I don't know none of the. If I end up over there, it's not gonna be. I'm not gonna go there like he does, like clout chasing and talking shit to people. I'm gonna be nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna be nice. I found a few of
Look,
them.
Beezy said, I'm gonna be nice.
Yeah,
I'm
they
gonna
are
be nice.
very
I'm not look.
much.
It's the truth though. I feel you. Why come over
I,
there like that though? You know what I mean? Why come on that type of energy? That's stupid. You don't know
uh,
nobody. I mean, at least I don't. I really don't. I really didn't know a lot of people over there. So for me, my thing is, if I don't know a lot about it, I'm gonna just chill on the back, and I ain't gonna be. That's that whole drinking of the Kool-Aid. You know, I call it eating ass too, aka eating ass. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, it's just dumb that they do that shit. Like, I'm gonna just be honest with you. Hold on, somebody's in the back, and I don't know who this is.
that's probably somebody coming to bother with me.
Let's see.
They don't leave me alone.
What's up? What's up? You on the line with Team Pretty? What's going on? How can I help you, sir?
Hello.
Oh God,
Oh goodness.
what's up?
Hola.
Hola.
¿Cómo está?
Bien, y tú?
Yes, Gotti. How can I help you? Buenas noches. Thank you.
Oh, God is all right these days. He's been cool the
Yeah.
last times.
What's
I've
up,
been
Gotti? What's
nice.
going on?
I'm good.
Yeah, he's been
How
all
you
right.
doing?
And he's been all right with me. I wish he'd sent me some more stuff, but that
I
one
got
picture.
more stuff. I got more stuff, Beasley. Don't worry. I got more, man.
Nah,
I,
cause
I
That's
ain't
the
thinking
spirit
about
alive.
you.
that picture you sent me a homie on the toilet with no
Yeah.
toilet paper there. You know, you see, I got a lot of mileage out of that.
Who's on the toilet with no
Got
toilet
a
tissue?
got a picture of Uncle Sticky Fingers on there on the toilet with
What?
smoke blowing out because he's smoking that motherfucking heroin, chasing the dragon, burning the thing. And he's sitting on the toilet, and there's no toilet
Hey
paper in
Beasley.
the damn roll. So
Hey
I'm like, that's how
Beasley.
you learn to piss. That's how you learn to piss in
Hey,
prison. 'Cause you
hey,
couldn't be
hey,
there
Oh
hey,
my
hey
taking
Beasley.
God.
it.
Tell him about his baby boy, Beasley. Tell him about his baby boy.
Man, these dudes talking about. I don't know why there's so many of them. Man, they talk about what great fathers they have, and I guess you could be born gay, but it just seems a lot of times, I don't know, man. It's so sweet as all get out, man. It's just like show it. It's just like your gaydar goes. Tommy's son too. Lamar, good grief.
I can't stand y'all. Y'all. Oh my God.
I think
I didn't see none of this. To be honest,
yeah.
if this has already been out, I ain't seen none of this shit. I'm behind the eight. I didn't see
It's
none
hard
of
to
it.
keep up with all this stuff, depending
It
on where you
is.
are.
Hey,
It
hey,
is.
Yeah.
Bella. I heard you disappeared because of you know Devon Cannon.
Mm. No, I didn't disappear because of him. Um, no, I just I've never I didn't disappear because of him. I just choose not to be over there, you know?
I thought you were supporting, Devon. You don't like Devon?
I don't dislike him, but I don't know that I like him all that much, but I just keep my distance. We don't speak on each other. We had
Oh.
an unfortunate business dealing that I was warned about, and I'll just take accountability and saying I knew better, but it's no hard feelings. We just kind of move on as adults.
He ain't
Gotti,
no adult.
don't come
He
up
ain't
here.
no adult.
Don't
He,
come up here on that bullshit now.
Hey Bella, do
Right?
you think I'm a bad? You think I'm a bad person, Bella?
No, I don't think you're a bad person per se. I think sometimes you're misunderstood and you do things to get a rise out of people. I think you have a lot of energy that could be refocused somewhere because I think you're very intelligent. But I also think some of the things you do have hurt people.
Wow, I didn't know you. I didn't know you listened to me, Bella. I'm surprised.
I am a New York girl, Gotti.
Oh yeah, I know, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard you guys over there a few times, and I think that your ascension and your behind the scenes moves are very impressive.
Mm.
Oh, oh, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Oh,
Well.
Hello,
God,
Nisha.
what? How can I help you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Oh,
You
I'm
know.
wonderful. I'm ecstatic. Yeah.
So what happened to your former teammates? What's going on with them in Devon? I heard
I mean, I
somebody
don't.
told I heard somebody threw me under the bus on somebody's platform, man. They threw me under the bus and tried to give me a lot of heat. I heard they saying I was doxing people families, man. What's up with that? They
Can
on
we?
Cookie Monster
Can
channel talking about me.
I
Yeah.
wasn't privy to
Hey,
that.
wait. Hey,
Who's
Beasley,
talking
why they
about
waving
you?
the white? Why they waving the white flag, Beasley? Huh?
Who's waving?
Oh,
Wait,
because
Gotti,
when you
who's
got
waving the right?
Yeah, what are you
Who's waving the white
referring to?
flag? Look at Sui. I'm not gonna. I know how Gotti played, but who's wait? What are you talking about? If we're not gonna be straight
Yeah,
up, say it.
the millennial queens, man. I hope they ain't trying to throw me under no bus, man.
for
You
what?
know,
I mean,
I've been leaving. You know, I've left YouTube because I was on Clubhouse, right? You know, they ran Tommy off of Clubhouse. You know, for 1 week, Beasley, they knocked him off 1 week off of Clubhouse, Beasley.
Wow.
1 week.
So he went over to Clubhouse and he's no longer on there. He got knocked off that fast.
Yeah, 1 week. 1 week. He offended everybody over there, and they
Of course he did.
a whole bunch of people
Of course he did.
got
They
him
got.
to fuck off that app. I'm not gonna lie.
Mhm.
So you said that somebody was throwing you under the bus.
Yeah, they threw me under the bus to the Cookie Monster. You know, I don't like
I
that.
didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. But
What you mean you didn't hear that?
I
Don't
didn't hear
cap.
that.
Don't
What you
cap.
mean? I'm not capping.
relax,
I
man.
didn't hear that.
Relax.
I don't watch them
Not
bitches
raising,
like that. I
not,
don't watch Millennial Queens. I
she's
don't.
not raising her voice.
I
Gotti, let
don't.
me ask you.
Yeah,
Are
in a
Nice.
minute, Gotti about to get cussed out. But look,
Yeah.
I don't
Look
talk to
at
them.
hey,
I
look,
don't
look,
have any
look,
kind of
look at
conversation with them.
Nisa's face when I said that.
Yeah, Lisa's face look like she about to eat your ass up in a second. Um, I don't fuck with them like that. I don't, and I don't. When I say I don't fuck with somebody, I don't go out the way to watch everything they do. I don't do that. If I don't fuck with you, I don't watch shit you do. You're almost of
They
existence.
say I'm an internet. You know, I'm an internet monster, Nisa. You know, when
Well,
I
I don't
pop
know
up, I'm
what
like
the
the
fuck you
boogeyman.
is, but while you on my panel, you gonna be Gotti. You feel me?
Nisa,
And yeah.
we were
If I
just
can,
talking
Get
about
Caddy and turn
Gotti.
into him. I don't say no that.
if I can behave, you can.
He
Nah,
better
but you know,
motherfucking
I'm
behave
like the
because his ass
candy.
is in the back.
Yo, Beasley, I'm the real candy man. When they say my name, I pop up in like 5 seconds, man.
Well, we did mention you in my live when we did
We
our
did.
Q&A.
So
We
hold
Yeah.
on.
did mention you. If
Who's
you would
waving?
like to know.
Who's waving the flag? I mean, your knowledge of all kinds of people and things and everything. I was impressed. I didn't know shit. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know this.
Hey, Beasley, you see that picture right there? Who that is, Beasley?
That's
Who is that?
tabs.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone. I can't tell that much.
Oh man.
Hey, Beasley, how you think I got that mug shot, Beasley?
Oh, you be digging around. You done figured out that you like to, I don't. They think they excuse me of doing shit. I said I'm too lazy to do some shit like that. And you gotta have a special name. Now you have to really get me mad. Well, actually, it's cool to have like a little bit of position. You could just say, "Man, I sure like so and so's information, man. Here goes my email address," and all of a sudden, shit pops up.
Beasley, I'm resourceful, Beasley.
Okay,
You know,
Gotti, you spraying your internet monster jizz all over my live, and I'm getting pissed.
I
Do you
like
have any
you.
last closing words?
Why,
Do
why,
you have
why,
anything to add to the show?
yeah, you know, I was wondering how you was doing. You know, I haven't been in these YouTube streets. You know, how you been, Nisa? Huh?
I've been good. I've been working on creating content, something that a lot
Oh,
of content creators need to be doing.
oh yeah. How's your friend MBK doing?
I don't know because I don't speak to him on a regular basis.
Oh, oh.
Duke is a trip, man. Dude is just trying to talk to him like man to man, and it's like he's way uptight about whatever I say. And I said, yeah, man, Vonquisha, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. I'm like, come on, man. What you, why
Hey,
you want,
Beasley.
why do you feel so protective over this cloud?
Hey, Beasley, did you see my new video with me dancing to that theme song? They
I have,
can't.
I have,
Hey,
I have,
hey,
Hey,
they
Gotti, I
what
have
up?
a question for you. I got a
Yes,
question for you.
oh, goodness.
yes.
Earlier, oh, I'm sorry, Beasley. I was
No,
just
you
I'm
trying to
go
listening,
ahead. I'm
Bella.
sorry. My
I'm
bad.
listening, Bella.
thank you. Earlier, we mentioned you, and because I noticed you came over and you said that the others threw you under the bus, and I think you were referring to the Millennial Queens. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. How do you know?
Okay. Well, I figured when you said the others. So the reason I was saying that is because earlier Nisa and I were talking. I was interviewing her about some stuff with the Millennial Queen, seeing that this whole situation keeps being brought back up. And were you aware that Mimi had Nisa on the phone while you were talking and she had her on mute? So maybe she was throwing you under the bus and never trusted you a long time ago. That's just a
Yeah,
heads.
pretty much.
I think that if you're being thrown under the bus publicly, but behind the scenes, it appears that.
Hmm.
hmm
Pretty
So
much.
that's just something to think about because I know that you're very resourceful.
You sly. You're sly as fuck. You slick as snot, ain't you, Bella,
I
huh?
am. I am.
Woo!
So I did you a solid, and I'll
uh,
keep you on standby, and you keep me.
That was a solid.
As a heads up.
Yeah, it was a heads up. No, but I was gonna say that, I just it was just a small mention. It wasn't nothing like that. But it was a mention to bring to highlight how she would easily just put me on a call when you would be talking to her. But she wouldn't put me on a call when her and ZX was talking about business about the channel when we were with ZX. So, that was it, to be honest. That was really the only thing. Um, to be honest, that was
Mm.
the main part of that. That was my point in bringing that up. That was my reason of bringing that up, to bring light that she'll easily put me on a call when talking to you, but when it came to business, it was something that was being hidden. That's just the perception that I was given.
Word.
Those calls either. I wasn't on none of those calls, but whatever.
I barely even know who they are. I think what was the hold on, somebody telling me to. Oh, I can't fucking remember.
Hey, Beasley.
Uh huh.
They try to make me angry, Beasley.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's what this game is. Stay calm. Why the other people
They
are angry?
want me
That's
to
what
dock.
they
They
each
want me to dock somebody now, man. Damn, man.
Who wants you to dock someone?
Y'all playing with my emotions. When y'all start playing with it, I start doxing. Straight up.
Not nice. We don't definitely want you to dox anybody, but we know how you are when you do let everybody in that, or selective people in that monster heart of yours. I'm sure that you don't let everyone in. We definitely don't want you to dox anyone, but this door was opened and we're going through it.
Oh shit!
I'm trying to figure out what he talking about though, what he mean.
Talk. All you guys are talking in codes. I don't know what the fuck you talking about either.
Yeah, I'm not talking
I
in
know
code.
what
I'm
he's talking about.
I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about.
I
Oh,
know my
you know
white
what I'm
ass.
talking about, Bella?
I do.
Oh,
I
you
know my
do?
white ass. I know my white ass is getting ready to cook.
Why you being so sweet to me, Bella?
Do I have a reason not to be?
Oh goodness.
Yeah. Stop. Stop.
Okay.
You being
Okay.
too nice. Stop. Stop,
Okay.
Bella.
What did you do to What did you do to Bella Gotti?
I didn't do nothing. She being nice to me. I don't know.
Why shouldn't she be nice to you? What have you done to her for her
I'm
not to
I'm
be nice?
shy. I'm shy, Beasley. I'm shy.
You'd be surprised. I am too sometimes.
I'm nervous.
I'm too. I really am.
Y'all are funny.
So
I am. I'm
too,
not
I'm,
funny, fella.
I'm
No,
too
I
old
think
to be shy
that's
sometimes.
funny.
You know, I've always talked a lot of shit, but sometimes you can write a check that you ain't trying to cash.
Very true.
Fella want to be my friend. I know. I get
Oh,
it, man.
So so
You're
Gotti, is there anything else you wanted to add? I was just trying to figure out, you know.
Oh yeah. So Nisa, you left Big O and came back to YouTube, huh?
Well, I'm juggling both. I'm trying to do both. But it's hard. But yeah.
man, I can't figure that site out. I looked at it. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know how
Mm.
you start an account or anything. And they say it's
So
really wild over there. But they say you can pick up some change. You know, I've done this shit for years, did this shit for 6 years, not even thinking about getting a quarter out of it, and didn't know that, and, you know, knew that you could entertain people and make people laugh
hey
and I
Beasley,
every other.
hey Beasley, I almost got the mayor, Beasley. I'm just one
I
phone
don't know
call
why
away.
I don't know why he's peeking his head back out around here, sticking his chest out. I have to go ahead and give him some of that work I got for him, cause he be
Yeah,
whining and crying like, oh yeah, you know, I we talked to some of the same people. They go, what you
yeah,
do with the mayor? I said, what do you mean? He's crying, me begging you, asking you to stop. Tell,
the
tell
mayor
Beasley,
of Detroit.
oh good God. You know, I just give you the basics. He has an identical twin brother, right?
yeah. I see the
So,
picture,
hold on,
Beasley.
no, I've never seen the picture. I never seen the picture.
I
Never.
got. You know who got the pictures? You know who got the picture,
I don't
Beasley?
need the picture. I got the story. The story's good enough. He got an identical twin brother, right? So I'm like, dang, identical twin. That's the same embryo, and the shit just splits, right? Just one of those things in nature. I said, so you got the exact same genetic makeup as your gay brother. I said, you're a genetic homosexual, dude. It's in your fucking cards. That's who the fuck you is. And it makes perfect fucking sense. You can't
I
tell me
love
that
Beasley.
got that big ass overbite. Boy, you've been sucking your thumb for a long time.
Yeah, that's what the mayor been doing, Beasley.
oh, oh, over there fawning over dudes. And then he did this shit with Chucky. Come on, I've been with you since day one. How you gonna do me like this?
You know what I
Oh,
think is funny? When Diva
oh.
be going in on him, Diva Tomboy. I think those are funny. That whole thing. Like I don't know the mayor of Detroit like that. The only time I've ever really seen him at his whatever, I guess as YouTube would call it, arguing or beefing was with Diva T. And you know, that just I don't even know what that is. She just be eating his ass up. And he's I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. I'm gonna keep it cute. But it's really weird. Like I don't know,
Oh,
he keeps at weird times, he pops up at weird times and I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. A
yeah.
lot of these people on YouTube are weird.
No, he's exactly what I said he is. He's in the closet. You need to go ahead and hop his ass on out. You over here adoring men,
Oh, yeah, I
gut,
don't know that.
gushing over him. Yeah, that's the way I see it. I mean, you
Wait,
don't have to
who he
have
was lusting over? Who he was like,
man, Bonquishi lust over. He said, "Ooh, man, I'll give you your kudos."
what?
He said, "I'll give you your kudos." He said, "Ooh, you really be
What?
doing your thing." You said, "You." That's what made me first go off on him. I'm like, "How's this? If you a friend of Vic and everything, you a friend of these people, and you over here cozying up to do?" Yeah, master, you do your thing. I give you your kudos. Ooh, you be really giving them that work. I'm like, you really saying this shit? Are you really
Oh,
saying this
he
shit?
must have been drunk aboard.
He's
Oh my
always drunk.
damn.
He's always drunk. He's really not worth the conversation. He's small potatoes, but and he's
Yeah.
an arrogant ass. And he's an arrogant ass. And you're gonna be arrogant and you're gonna be disrespectful. You know, I'm gonna take my liberties with you. Make him stop. Stop. All right, be nice. Some people you can't be nice. Some people don't deserve it. So a lot of these people, you nice to them, they'll shit on you.
This is
You
true.
can't be nice.
Yeah, you can't be. That's the purpose of this live. Not being nice anymore and just backing a bitch up.
Oh,
So
they're treacherous. They're treacherous. They'll play right in your face and play you like you're stupid. Like you don't know what the fuck's going on. People do shit right in front of your face, then deny and lie about it. Oh, that wasn't me. That was a clone.
let me ask Bella something. Bella, have we concluded all of our questions? I feel like we had still one more.
Who was asking who questions?
Well, before you gentlemen came,
okay,
right? Me and Bella were doing an interview. And Bella was interviewing me, and we were more just going through the timeline and fact checking some things that happened. You know, because I haven't really been saying nothing, but people seem to always have something to say all the time, doing whole lives about me and shit. So
how come they just can't let that shit die? Hasn't that shit been about?
It's been a year now. I don't even know why they're still talking about it. It's been almost a year now. Basically, I don't know why they're still talking about that shit.
Basically, Beasley, there was some conversation about her alive done, and there were insinuations that she is kind of a male identified or pick me, and there were some talks around colorism in regards to
man, people in their goddamn bullshit. Why can't everybody just be fucking? Oh my god! Oh man, they kill me. They kill me with the colorism. Give me a break with the colorism. You know, give me a break with all this stuff. I don't have your moral compass on here like you do, Bella. You know, I just don't. But I've had groups of people rag me for everything. And then when I pick one of them out and start calling her all kind of crispy, whatever, and everything like that, and I'm colorist, they go, oh, that's horrible. Look what he's doing. It's color. So everything else that you guys say is cool, but I can't say anything about how black and crispy you are. But you got, man, give me a break.
I have seen that done to you, and it is unfair. And I have seen those comments, the not black comments, and they're disturbing.
That's not what I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the whatever.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
No. I'm talking about something way previous.
Gotcha.
Wait previous. Yeah, wait previous. Also, what did you say something about the colorism, and what else did you talk? And people have and pick me. So what if a woman wants to be show favoritism to men? What's fucking wrong with that? Why does everybody got to be so fucking isolated?
There's nothing wrong with that. You're right, BZ. There's really nothing wrong with that. I feel like that's something that you do with someone you care about, someone you fuck with. You know what I'm saying? But all I'm saying is that, you know, they're trying to insinuate that I did something that I just didn't do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm tired of not saying anything about it. And I've just felt like I had to disclose all the details and small little details about how this transformed into this whole shit with me and them.
Set the record straight.
Yeah, because the cockamanian bullshit that was coming out of her fucking mouth was ridiculous. And I only heard certain snippets. I didn't even get to really listen to, you know, and I'm going to be honest with that, because it was infuriating to listen to, because the bitch was fucking lying.
Yeah, you should listen to that. That's
you can't listen to. I can't listen to a whole hour live about lies. Once I hear a couple of them, that's it. Like I'm gonna go ahead and handle you the way I see fit at that point. And I just felt like I needed to, you know, set the record straight, because her perception is warped and it's jaded and it's a lie.
So her. I don't know who her is Mimi.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mimi and Word Justice, the Millennial Queens, which I'm no longer part of.
Oh, so that's the one.
I don't know why I got to keep saying that too.
I don't even know. I don't even really know who they are. I mean,
exactly.
I know.
That's my point as to why we couldn't leave amicably. Bitches don't like. Yeah, it was a little wave, but everybody didn't like. 100K subscribers. Like, it's not that serious. Like, Girl, let the fucking shit go and move on with your motherfucking life.
That's how
Hey,
scar.
Beasley.
That's how scar people are for content.
Hey, Beasley.
What's that?
This is funny. I gotta play me some loose ends tonight. This is funny, man. Stay a little while, child. Why don't you?
So what's so funny? I'm trying to figure out what's so funny.
Dog, you know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Like it's so much drama. Like we got a woosah, like Mary J. Blige said, no more drama in my life. Yeah, I don't got no drama. You know why? Because people don't bother the boogeyman. So you got to be the boogeyman in these streets, Nisa. You the boogeyman, son. You got to be the boogeyman.
You know something. You know something. When people made me out to be like this demon and everything, I was like, I'm rolling with this shit. I'm rolling with. I'm not gonna say that I'm not. I'm rolling with this shit. Get these people off my ass. Get people to leave me the fuck alone. It's
Well,
it's all,
I
it's all
agree
right.
with that concept.
Yeah.
I agree with that concept, Busy, but I don't agree with the fuck Gotti just fucking said. I definitely don't think that you are the boogeyman of YouTube, but what I will say is this. Um, I'm not going around threatening. This is my thing. Okay, call it sadiddy, call it stuck up, call it whatever you want. I'm not that pressed. I don't give a fuck about doxing a bitch. I don't give a fuck
Right.
about putting bitches pictures in my phone and having pictures of them in my
Right.
phone or
Right.
even in the
Right.
media card. I am not
Right.
that pressed or hard up because my little feelings get hurt when someone says something that I don't like. If I can
Right.
combat them with some facts, then I need to sit the fuck down. That's all that means to me. I'm not sitting around here hard up, jacking my little imaginary dick and playing in the side of my asshole, waiting to dox a bitch because a bitch says something that I don't like. I'm just not cut from the same kind of cloth a lot of motherfuckers on YouTube are doing. And that's why I'm over here doing my own little thing in my own little corner. Sitting right here, sitting pretty. You feel me?
So
Just doing my
Beasley
thing.
No,
and
I get it.
Gotti, in chat. Basically, the purpose of Nisa's live today is we had an interview earlier and I compiled some notes and we went over that interview live. And the reason for that was because there's this repeated pattern with Mimi and the millennial queens, Amina, Mimi, and Word Justice, where they're bringing her up. And now it's just blatant lies. All this time, she's never said anything and never felt moved to. When she split, Mimi had threatened to dox her or dox personal information. And also,
Why?
because she was
Why?
mad that she wanted her to give her information on MBK.
She just mad all the way around. And then we had done argued all kinds of shit. She was feeling vindictive. Not that that's ever okay, because I still have not yet disclosed anything about her or put out anything on her. But it's so easy for somebody to, for them to just speak on me, But if it was the other way around, them bitches would be sitting over there crying and having a whole fucking fit. If I was over there exposing all of me personal business that I do know, which I'm not gonna do. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not. I'm not ever gonna give a bitch that same energy. Like, I'm gonna pay them hoes in dust. After this, I'm done with this. I feel so refreshed. Like, if y'all, I don't know if y'all watched it, but if you go back and listen, we had a real interview vibe in here before y'all came.
I caught some of it, and then I got a phone call, and then I was like, is that Bella? Is that Bella? I was like, oh wow, some Bella just surfaced. I knew she was somewhere around here watching all this shit. And like Bella
Yeah,
surfaced.
she's definitely been a supporter of my channel.
Yeah, I haven't caught everything, but Nisa and she's like another actual sister. We conversate in real life, know families and things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But so we had a real interview vibe, and I was able to get off a lot of things that I didn't really talk about or even mention, and I did clear up a couple of things. You know what I'm saying? I know there's a lot of things going on YouTube right now, but a bitch
Oh
catching a
yeah.
bitch, they don't. I just know that my spirit, I'm relieved because I done got off a lot of shit that I really was holding back. I ain't even really say, you know what I'm saying? And we were able to clear out a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? We did.
Doesn't it feel liberating just to speak your mind and get all that shit off? Get all that shit
Yes,
off. That's,
it
that's why I do.
does. It
That's why
does.
I do it. That's why I do it every 2 or 3 days.
It does. It made me feel a whole lot better. Now I'm not just so ready to like, and even if they make 17 responses to this, like seriously, I feel okay where I'm at and what I've said on this live and what I've cleared up. That I don't give a fuck what they say. I know I said my piece and I'm good with that. Like we're not the same.
Unsub
I'm
to him.
not the same. I'm not like
Unsub to him. Unsub to him. Let me give you some pointers. Unsub to him. Don't watch them. And tell any
I
of your
don't.
people don't care. And tell any of your people that I don't need to know none of that shit. Don't bring no bones. Don't need no
That's
bones.
Yeah,
I don't want
I had
anything.
to realize that the bringing back the bones does like because then you do hear it and then it's like you and that's kind of like the situation because I wasn't watching and I was made privy to it. I don't mind because I still as an adult have the choice to like I really try to take accountability on things. So like when someone comes and tells me, okay, hey, someone's over there talking about you. It's my choice to respond how I respond.
Oh,
They
that burnt.
can't
You
make
know,
you respond, or make you say anything or make you not say anything. So it's just up to you on how you know what I'm saying. So even when someone carries that
sometimes
phone, I don't have to
even
I don't have to feed into that. I could act like I ain't even hear that shit. That's when you hold on, let me put this up right quick. When when you are just
oh
not
yeah, that's a nice picture.
hold on.
Right,
When you
and it
just
looks
not that
very little.
important though. That's you do that, but then you just not a non. You just I'm gonna just leave this up for a minute because when you're just not that important, when it just doesn't matter, it doesn't matter even if someone's carrying the bone. Is what I'm trying to say.
I got a saying I learned on a message board years ago. The best way to show you don't give a fuck, the best way to show you don't care is by shutting the fuck up.
And paying the bitch in dust and showing
Yeah,
them by
that's
your success. Your success is what's gonna hurt a bitch more than coming back every damn day, responding to every fucking live that they do. Not only that, Beasley, but you want to know what? They not only did a live, they've done several lives actually, quite a few of them. And then after they did the most recent live they did talking about me, they went behind that the next day and did a Q&A, and the Q&A was about me. So it's like 2 lives back to back talking about me.
Well, the Q&A was to answer questions, but two of the questions that I heard were about you. I don't know whatever else. Maybe you heard something different, but just the fact that they're putting in this type of energy, and then they said they were going to do it. It feels like it's regurgitated, and this situation.
Amina's stupid to this shit too.
Yeah, she got her little 2 cents to add. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And I've never actually spoke bad on or ill will to her at all in any kind of fucking way. Even when all this transpired and I had the issue with them, I kept her out of it because to me, in my mind, she ain't had nothing to do with it. I try to give her that respect, but now I know she has a lot to do with it. She actually is probably, pulling some strings. I don't know, but she got so much to say about somebody who don't say nothing about her, who don't check for her, don't give a fuck about her. None of that shit.
You think it's because I don't know what they look like. You think it's because you're prettier than them? Women are petty as fuck.
I don't know. I really.
I think
at one point in time, I value all of us as beautiful women.
We all plays a part.
We all, to me, we were all beautiful in our own. Like, see, I'm not even that type of bitch to be like. I feel this
petty
is just
like
me.
That.
Exactly. I feel like we all.
You're not Clyde Diva. Oh, I'm so much prettier. You're ugly. I'm like, oh, you simple little.
Because Clyde Diva is delusional. Okay, she's not actually. She's living in the delusion. I know I'm a pretty nice looking woman. I don't have to go around boasting that shit around like that every day. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have The confidence is you're gonna feel it more than me having to say it every day. That's all I'm saying. And then at some point in time, you know, I just feel like we were all contributing to beauty of that channel. We all brought our own level of beauty
Yeah.
to the channel. That's all I'm saying. We all did. Y'all give me a second. My baby just woke up. Hold on.
Everybody has their own sense of style. But to answer your question, Beasley, Amina did attack her because she was in Sui's chat and he was basically just giving her the heads up that Mimi had spoken negatively about her and told her business to him on the back end. Exactly what, I'm unsure. But after that, a live was done.
He's a messy little. He's a messy little bitch, boy. That little motherfucker. That's
Suey?
oh goodness. Oh, he can be funny sometimes. He's a messy little bitch. I had a bad experience with him. Yeah,
Suey?
I don't want to bother with him more. Yes.
He's
Yes.
always been really
Yes.
nice and welcoming. You know?
Well, everybody has
That's
different
true.
experiences.
I can't
What he
discount your
what he did with me, he did with other people. Yeah, everybody's got different experiences. I don't even think about them. But no, I didn't know that. And this is another. This is like this is a drama that you don't even know about. There's other ones that have popped up. Shit, the way you know I don't fuck with Jassy no more either. Period. Because she's got her
had a
issues,
soft
but
spot for her.
because she's the same age as my nieces and my
Hey Bella, hey
goddaughters.
Beezy, hold on. But Bella, I heard you was gonna be a part of Millennial Queens. I saw ZX trying to groom you, Bella.
Oh, no, I was never going to be a part of Millennial Queens. I did my one of my first conversations with him was in regards to Millennial Queens or just helping with the show. And then I did help them one time, like I was on the panel with Nina Meyer. And since I initially talked to him the first time, he had my phone number. And then he called me to thank me for kind of trying to just de-escalate what was going on his panel. And then at that time, he may have been fighting with Cookie. And I just told him to be careful because I really didn't know her, but what I knew of her and what I was, just in passing. And I didn't mean it any type of way. And when he fell out with Cookie and him and I weren't getting along, he used that audio and said that I had warned him months ago. And then she got the idea that him and I were having these friendships and all this. And then one time I was talking to Intrinsic and she brought him in on the call. So yeah, I don't deal with that. And I never, no, I just participated.
Scotty, that's gonna be your last question coming at Big Sis like that. Okay, please don't make me go from 0 to 100 on you on this motherfucking panel. Please don't make me do it. Y'all already, okay, you already derailing the fuck out of my show. Okay, so let's not do this. Okay, because you making it about something that we doing.
Yeah,
and ain't shit. Now, if you got questions, I don't mind answering your questions.
It's okay,
but it's the catty shit for me that I don't like. Let me just be real with you. I don't like that catty ass little slick shit that you trying to pull. Cause see, I'm gonna just go ahead and let you know I ain't with that shit. Like I'm not. So
what's your son, Nisha? What's your son, Nisha?
What?
What is your son, Nisha?
I'm a Taurus.
What's yours, Gotti?
Yo, bull. Mine's I'm a Cancer. A real Cancer.
You're a crybaby. Okay.
I like Cancers. Don't say that.
They still crybabies.
Oh,
they are.
Well, I would just say in closing that I should have listened to Beasley's advice from the beginning. That's all. That's what happened. A mistake. It's not really anybody else's fault but mine.
Okay.
Man, it's cold outside. I'm gonna make some greens.
Yeah.
With my white ass.
I'm getting ready to drop down.
Yes,
I know you're getting ready to close out. It's getting
late.
late.
Later. It's nice talking with you guys.
It was nice talking with you.
None of these people
nice
matter.
To meet you, Gotti.
See you guys later. Catch you later. Bye
All
bye.
right, Beasley. I'll see
Okay.
you
Bye
around.
bye. All
Night.
right.
So Gotti, what's up?
Oh, I don't have no problem with nobody.
Okay, that's good. And you still support millennial queens, right? From my understanding, right?
I support a lot of people. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I'm a,
Okay.
I'm a, I'm a, I'm, I'm
Good
a,
way to
I'm a,
pussy pop out of that question, huh? Okay.
huh? No, I support a lot of
Pussy
people.
popped out of that.
I was thrown under the bus. I just was asking a question. I heard somebody, you know, and I was listening to a recording. People don't talk about me. They,
Mhm.
they, they scared of me.
So I'm just trying to understand. Are you insinuating that I had some type of conversation? I'm just trying to understand because I don't really remember ever talking about you like that. Not to
No,
him or to anyone else for that matter.
no, you was
Oh, okay.
talking about the recording. With Cookie Monster, right? That's the live you talking about?
Well, Bella was talking about that something else that had happened, but
Yeah.
not you. Well, I'm trying to figure out what you talking about. You said that you were thrown under the bus on Cookie's Live, and I'm trying to understand when that happened because
Hey,
you make it
Nisha,
seem like I
why?
talk to them and I don't.
Well, Nisha, why Cookie Monster's afraid of me?
I can't answer that question, sir, because I don't know that.
I think she afraid of me. Like when she talk about me, she tread lightly. She don't. She stopped talking that wolf talk.
Are you over here to stir chaos, Dottie? Because I'm
Nah.
trying to end the show. I
I
ain't here.
miss you. I miss your platform. I don't stir chaos.
So
Yeah,
you're
you
gonna come
pulling a
over and
ZX right
support
now. You
more.
asking questions about shit that ain't got nothing to do with what the topic is, just to get a
Hey,
reaction. That's what ZX does, just so you know.
ZX, you talking about the booty popper with
Whatever
the?
you want to call him, he does that same shit you just did just now. Just so you know.
Oh no.
The booty popper, you just copied off something he does all the time. Yeah, the booty popper.
So
Whatever you want to
Gotti,
call
you're
it.
gonna come over here and support more, right? We can expect to see more of you.
Yeah, we need to have a conversation, Bella.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I need to ask you some questions.
Is this like an interview setup, Gotti? You need to ask me some questions like in an interview format too?
Yeah,
I don't like how that sounds.
cause you be watching me, and I want to ask you some questions. What you seen
Look at him. He's
of
like,
me?
you've been watching me.
Okay. No, we'll see. Well, it will be nice to see more of your presence over here.
Oh, you like my presence over here?
I think it's okay over here. I don't see where all this is coming from about you. You seem sweet, but not in an overly.
Gotti is okay. Let me give him his roses real quick because he's, I don't want to sound like, you know, like I'm just being like an asshole right now.
Mhm.
He is nice. Gotti is nice, and Gotti actually would be Gotti is a good ally to have. Like,
Yes, yes.
no tea, no shade to nobody else. I'm just saying that Gotti is not a horrible person. I don't agree with doxing though. I don't agree with
Yeah,
talking about people's children.
me
I don't
neither.
agree with I don't agree with none of it. So once it gets to that point, I won't be supporting you. You'll never see me in no one's chat really like that. Once it gets too far up in the deep end, because I just don't do it. I don't do it. So why would I? You know. So when you get on that level type shit, I just can't get funky with that shit. But when you talking about hip hop, or when you actually into your creating your content, you're very I can deal with you, but I can't deal with Gotti with that crazy ass shit. I just can't. I that's just my opinion. But he is a nice person. He is a nice person. He is. But
I'm more curious,
where is the
intrigued by
niceness
his
at
mind.
sometimes is the question. Damn.
I'm more curious and intrigued by what's going on in Gotti's mind. Mhm.
Are you intrigued? What's going on in my mind?
You might be
Huh?
jacking his dick too much, sis. I don't know. Just a theory.
Why you so intrigued with my mom, Bella? Let me.
You know,
Uh,
No, I'm just intrigued. Just trying to figure out because your name goes through the sector, and I've just been thinking, who is this person? And I thought when I had a chance to observe you, I just wasn't seeing any of that, and it's not a bad thing. Maybe it's just because I'm used to dealing with water sign men. I don't know.
you funny. you funny, Bella.
I know. And I kind of like it that you're kind of a terrorizer. It's actually not so bad considering some of the people around here sometimes, but at the same time, as Nisa said, there's some things we don't agree with, but on the creative side, I see that you're very funny. And I've seen you say some really obviously logical things that I agree with. So I don't, you know,
Oh,
intrigued. Hmm.
you giving me my flowers? You giving me my flowers, Bella?
Yeah, I don't think it's yeah, but I do think that you've done some things that have hurt people, and I'm curious as to know as the root cause of where
why
that
the
comes
fuck
from.
would you do some shit like that? That's my
Yeah.
question. Why the fuck would you? That's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because you brought up Cookie, and I don't know what that's all about, but did you really dox her family?
Yeah, I did.
Why?
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 Cause she doxed me first.
What?
Yeah,
See,
me and Cookie been going back and forth for 2 years, for almost 3 years now. She doxed me first.
Oh, okay. So this is like a a long history with her.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
okay, well then,
we got a
when it's
love
stuff
hate
like
relationship.
that, you know what I've learned to do, sis. Don't have no opinion about it because at the end of the
Yeah, I
day,
don't have an
if
opinion
you
on
don't
it. Hmm.
know exact details on both ends, then don't it ain't even nothing to speak on.
Hey,
I
hey,
agree.
hey, Nisa, I could talk about it.
Yeah, you can. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me. Spectators, people
Yeah,
who
you
don't
know.
know every part of the detail.
Yeah, she was upset. You know, she doxed me for this man that I got a picture of right here. You see this man right here? Yeah, they teamed up to dox me, but they didn't know that I could dox very good myself. You know, I'm an extreme doxer. You know, I used to see I was a kid in school that loved computers.
Are you a
So
hacker?
yeah, I know how to hack. I know how to do all that.
So do I need to get you off my motherfucking panel right now, immediately as you saying this?
Nah, I'm not gonna do that to you. Why would I? I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm not
No,
a bad of a person.
that's all I'm trying to figure out. Like, so what? Like, at any point in time, you say you're a doxer, okay? Or somebody dox you. I mean, do you always feel like you have to give a person who does something to you the same response that they gave you? Because that's pretty much what you did. You
Yeah,
saying that
you
she
know,
doxed you, which I
don't
don't
touch
know of
my
that.
mama.
I don't know the history of that. And then
Yeah,
you doxed her in return, but you don't see
don't
how
play
that's
with.
all problematic, all within itself.
Yeah,
You-
listen, don't play with my mama. Don't play with my grandma, and don't play with me. Leave them alone because I get your whole bloodline. That's what I do. See?
Exactly. See, this is why this Annie, you said that in perfect time because I talked about that earlier in my interview.
Yeah, it's most of these are before we came or we don't know the
And
full
I don't,
history.
I'm a mama's boy. You know that, Bella. I'm a mama's boy for real. You know,
A
and they
mama's
be
boy.
and they
I
be
don't know
playing
if
with my
that's something
mouth.
to brag about, Gotti.
I love my
Okay?
mama.
You could
You
love
know,
your mama, but bragging about being a mama's boy and a
listen.
golfer, I don't think that that's something you should brag
Can I
about.
can I say this right now? You know, if my mama, you know, some God forbid something happened to my mom's, right? I'll be ready to go, you know, because that's my mama. That's my baby girl right there. My only baby girl. All
Hmm.
other women that come in my life, they're gonna have to deal with her being number one. That's my baby girl for real, for real.
So you understand how it is to have loved ones that you care about, and if somebody's doxxed,
So
that has,
why do it to somebody else? That's where I still go back to that. Doesn't matter.
Well, you know, I didn't mean to do it, you know. I was trying to be nice, you know. I warned her and she didn't listen, you know. I warned these people, you know. I gave them listen, I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I let them rock and they didn't listen, you know. But it's all good. So Bella, that's really you in that picture, or you trolling?
Nisa can answer that pitch question for you.
Yes, that's really her.
Nah, that ain't her. Stop playing.
Nisa, Nisa can answer that for you, and so can Miss Red in the chat if my sister's still
That
there.
is her. That is her.
Uh oh.
So why we used to go on ZX channel, you never showed your face, Bella?
I didn't show my face, and I've just got a little bit more comfortable. And the reason why I haven't, well, Nisa knows the reason why I haven't cammed up. It's not because I'm hiding anything. I'm just not at that comfort level yet. Some
Oh,
people have stuff to lose. Some people have nothing to lose. I just choose to be smart. It's not really anything like I'm hiding or anything.
DX told me you was scared of me when I came on that panel though. I ain't gonna lie, Bella.
Really, I've never been
You
scared of
left
you.
a, you left that panel quick when I came on there. That day you was talking about Jazzy. I came on that panel right after you. I told ZX about Cookie striking my channel.
Hmm.
Yeah, you
Oh,
knew.
wow. No, I wasn't scared of you or anything. I think we just probably had a hit or miss, never really communicated. I've never had, I've heard different things, bits and pieces, but like Nisa and Annie have said, we don't really fully know the backstory. So, I've had people play with my loved ones and then they're still in that person's chat. So I'm not going to hold anything against you. I just will say, I don't agree
You
with
know,
doxing. Hey, Willie. And hey,
you know,
Eggy.
Jazzy. I try to be nice to Jazzy.
Mm-hmm.
I really did. And then she tried to play me out like a yo her and Cynthia Rose. They be doing me dirty, man. I try to be nice to these people, man. I try to even be nice to Clyde. I try to save Clyde. I try to save her twice in New York, Nisa.
Oh my God.
You
Lord.
know, I
So,
try to
Clyde,
save.
I,
Yes,
I do have a question to ask you about when you talk about Clyde's New York story and when you say that she had a train ran on her. And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so it's a little weird because that doesn't seem quite consensual when a
Not,
woman, yeah, a train ran on her. So that's a little disturbing. But I would also say when you say you've tried to be nice to these people, um, maybe you were discounting your services a little bit.
I was gonna take out the City Island, Bella. I felt bad
Oh,
for her. You
wow.
know,
You
you
had
know.
some seafood?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I felt kind of bad for her. She tells this story on her channel about that. She asked me to come meet her. I didn't want to meet. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't like how she was talking to me on her channel, Claude Diva.
Oh Lord.
She almost got beat up. Her first day there in New York, Bella.
Oh, I
I
didn't know
heard.
that.
That's why I
Oh, I
refuse
didn't
to
know
talk
that.
about her. Like I don't want to talk about nobody who when a bitch see them in person, you know, they ain't scrapping, but they got so much mouth on the internet. I don't know, she's irrelevant.
Hey, Nisa, you may be right. You know, how you feel about
Here you go.
Mr. Mr. Mr.
Here you
Mr.
go.
Booker? How you feel about Booker?
I don't feel
Booker.
no type of way about that. I mean,
Oh,
I
you know
don't,
who Booker is? You know who Booker is, Nisa?
because everyone has everyone's government name speared all over YouTube.
Yeah, man.
Fucking
I,
insane.
hey, Bella and Nisa, you know, I'll
Yes.
be sitting there reading Suge's stuff, right? And I'm like, damn, man, they take all his motherfucking check for his kids, man. Damn. Like that dude gets down. What? No wonder he sits up on his platform and begging for $600 to get a $600 donation. Man, he got to stay on cash, get that cash app, because you know the government be taking that check money, man. You know that's why he was jealous of me. You know, Suge, I was cool with Suge at one point. You know, Nisa and Bella, I was.
For
You
real?
know, I supported him. Yeah, I
Really?
supported Suge.
I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
I was cool with Suge. I was cool with Suge back in 2019. You know. And the thing is, you know, Suge got jealous because I was on somebody platform and the female was talking about him and he got so mad and when I came on his platform, he blocked me and then blocked me out the chat and then came to find out he basically wanted Nicole to lie on me and said that I was, you know, sexually harassed and assaulted her and all type of shit. He tried to get my channel fucked up. He's a fucked up dude, you know.
So
But
there's a long history there as well.
yeah, even I try to be nice to ZX, you know, MBK, he begged me to be nice after ZX try to play me out on his platform, you know. Then I be cool with the dude, and then I seen him. You know, I'm a spiritual person, you know. I love God, you know, and you know,
Right.
I don't like to see people, you know, attacking people on the holidays. I get real angry when I see men attack women on the holidays. You know, I don't care, if she's a bad mother, you know, it is what it is. Take that up with God, you know, but when you calling the CPS on somebody on Christmas and then you bring her back up on Kwanzaa and you know, it make you
That
feel
was a
like a
bit
hypocrite.
much. That whole
It
thing
make,
was a bit much. Yeah, I have to
yeah,
agree with that.
I, I'm I'm not gonna lie. I don't play like that. So I had to disassociate myself from ZX. And
Well, I don't think that you should just say. I mean, that's your opinion, and you have all the rights to feel like that. But just a different perception, real quick. I don't think you should just be so strong armed to say that like that when you also dox as well. Like I feel like anybody who gets their hands dirty in this shit can't throw their hands or throw dirt at someone else for their dirt because your dirt isn't any better. Y'all all in the dirt playing in the dirt together, if that makes sense.
these is
Yeah, you
bad
might talk.
people.
Yeah, you might have not called, but you smeared everybody's information online. So what's the difference between that and calling the police or CPS?
These is
It's
bad
all the same
people.
thing.
They deserve. They listen. Suge, ZX, you know, MBK, you know, Cookie. These people is bad people. They deserve, you know, getting that treatment. Even Clyde, you know, they deserve to get that treatment. You know, I can't be nice to people. I'm not nice to devils. You know, I gotta start being the devil back to them. You know, because the devil only respect devils. That's it.
That's interesting. I always look at it, but what did their families do to deserve that and pictures to be put out of little kids?
And that's casualties of war. You know,
Hmm. Okay.
hey, but look, they would have did the same thing to me if I had a picture with my little cousins. You know, my little nephews. You know, even one of my little mans.
Mm-hmm.
They would have did the same thing to me.
Hmm. Okay.
I'm a good person. You know, Don't make me out to be a bad person, Nisa and
No,
Bella.
I'm look. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to do that. I just see things differently,
I
and
would,
I see
I
things
would
all different
protect
kind of
y'all
ways.
ladies, man. You know, I would protect y'all from these vultures. You know, like I protected Mimi and all three of y'all when y'all was a millennial queens. I protected y'all, man.
I remember that you gave us some pretty good advice too. You did.
Yeah, I believe that he would,
He
and I
did.
believe
I'll
that,
give him that.
Gotti.
I mean, he did what he could do. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna give him his rose on that. Yes, and he did give us advice about our channel, and at the time it was our channel and what we should do with moving forward. You know, with us separating from ZX. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's all bad. I'm not saying that. I just, I like to, hold people accountable for the shit that they do. And I hate when people point the blame at everybody else and don't take accountability for themselves and the shit that they played into it. That shit drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Can I just say this right quick? It drives me crazy that everybody in this sector, in all sectors of YouTube, love pointing the blame at somebody else and say, oh, I don't do what they do, or I don't do the same thing. They did that to me first, when at the end of the day, you still part of the problem. You putting out that toxic shit out here. So take your ownership in what you play into it and move the fuck on and get some healing so you can stop fucking doing shit like that to people. That's my thought on that. I'm gonna
No,
go ahead and end the
I
show.
agree. I
Sis.
agree. That's a good thing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks
No, but yeah,
everybody.
Dottie, I don't have no issue with you. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. I have to keep it real with you. I can't sit up here and be like, some of the shit you do, some of the shit you have done is disturbing. Just like ZX, just like anybody else. Like, there's things that I just don't agree with, and I'm entitled to that. I'm entitled to disagree with things that I think are horrid or things that I just don't do. You know what I mean? You know, that don't mean that, I look at you any kind of way. I just, I be having my eyebrows up on you. That's all. That's why I be having that tone, that demeanor. That's all.
Mm.
Thank you, Gotti, for
Don't take it the
answering
wrong
those
way, Gotti.
questions.
It's just,
Don't take it the
I
wrong
gotta
way.
have my eye open on you. I gotta be, that's all.
That's nice.
Look
And
at him.
Bella,
He got him
like
some
I
roses
said, when
today, sis. He got him roses. He got a bouquet of roses today. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
it was nice of him to answer the questions. We can disagree or agree, but I think I have a better understanding of Gotti. So thank you. And it was nice to meet you.
Hey, Gotti, you should come out with a book, and it should be called The Memoirs of Bullets Gotti. And
I bet it would sell.
talk
I
about
should.
all that shit all of that be in your book. The Memoirs of Bullets Gotti.
Yeah, you know something? I was writing a book, but I thank you for that. I thank you for that. You know, I should do that. I should write a book on my life and talk about YouTube and talk about a whole lot of things. You know, my life is kind of a book and a movie, but yeah, I thought I appreciate that. You look at y'all too, man. Y'all got me over here blushing. Ah,
No, I think it
But
would. I
Gotti,
think you
I'm
would do
thinking
real
about that
well.
too. I'm working on that too. I'm working on doing a book about the strip club life. You know what I'm saying? So it's a good. I think it's a good business move. If you got something to talk about, then you can do it. But if you ain't got nothing to talk about, you ain't gonna be able to fill up no book. You'll have your kids' book. No, I'm not. Well, that wasn't for Gotti. That was just me being funny. But some people be so dry they don't have enough shit in that done happen in their life to even put in the book.
mm.
We know about dryness in some people, so
He's not.
I agree.
I think he makes horrible decisions sometimes. And yes, he is young, so he is growing and learning.
You're funny.
I hate that
Are,
laugh. I do. It's
Gotti, are you
hilarious.
gonna behave yourself the next
That
couple of
laugh is
weeks?
sinister.
Yes, but I like it because I know that that means he's up to something.
Yeah, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice, Bella.
Yeah, be
Oh,
nice.
that's
Be nice. No, but I get what Bella's saying though. Sometimes chaos is needed for certain things, but it's-
yeah.
but anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and close out the show, y'all. I was gonna
Okay.
do a ether segment. It's
Oh,
called ether. But I'm gonna just chill because I'm just like worn out. I really expressed myself while we were doing the interview through
mm-hmm,
commentary,
mm-hmm.
so I'm just kind of done with it.
So you're good now, and you can release, right?
Okay, Nisa
Yeah, I'm
and
good.
Bella. Like I said, you know where to find me, Bella. If you want to have that conversation, Nisa,
Oh,
you
yeah.
have a good night.
All right, you too, Gotti.
Nice
Thank you
to
for
meet you,
coming.
Gotti.
Yes, and thank you for sharing my live, Gotti. Um,
That was nice of him. See?
yes, he's very nice, but that don't mean that I can't keep it right. I wouldn't be me if I don't keep it real with him. You know what I'm saying? Just tell him, that's why I don't be in his chat like that. Because if it's too much chaos or if it's too much doxing or something going on, I can't be really behind that too much. I just can't.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking, does my profile pic not look real or something? I mean, I
No,
guess because I didn't put a
I love
picture
it,
up.
but you gotta understand, ain't nobody ever seen your profile pic,
Hmm.
so
And
you
I'm really just giving a tease. Red said that she picked out this one. I just, y'all ain't getting up too close and personal. So you get this.
look at
Little
Willie.
snippet of me.
Willie's like, that's why I chill in my own chat.
Yeah,
I
Willie.
feel you on that. I don't go. I'm gonna start going live more. I'm gonna start doing better. Now that I got some of my artwork and some pieces together, I definitely could go, live more.
Hmm.
And I got more structure going on. But I just feel like, you just, I've learned because I didn't really understand this concept when I first got into YouTube, that you got to be careful what chats you go into and at what
Hmm.
time, and the timing in which you decide to go in people's chats. I had to learn that. That's all. That was all things I was learning as I'm going. But I can't. I just can't. I can't be involved in all the crazy hoopla shit. Can't. Cause my thing is, if I'm not putting out that kind of energy. So why would I indulge in that? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
No.
And Willie, if I don't know if you've ever been to his channel, but he actually is very underrated. And he has like decent panels, people he interviews. He built his channel. And I've been following him for a while. Hi, Gotti.
You see him, child?
Yes,
Look at
I
him.
see him. um, so yes,
She's
Willie.
talking about your channel. She's talking about your channel, Willie. She's
Yeah,
saying that your channel's underrated, but you got some dope shit going on over there.
yeah, he's informative and he's always been very, about keeping it real. And he interviews people, and he has the panels and things like that. So yeah, he's mostly stays to his channel, but he also puts his effort into his channel. So yeah, and he's funny too.
I have never been.
Yes,
I
Willie,
had,
I'm talking about you.
I had never actually been to his channel, but I will
Mhm.
now.
And he's
I
sweet.
will now.
Yeah.
I will. I don't. I have. I think I have once. I think I'm subscribed. I have to go check. I think I have once actually. I'm not sure. I gotta go back and look. But I'm gonna make sure I do my door deals and I come by and see you and support as well, Willie. Um, but yeah, any last closing responses? Because I'm tired as hell.
It's
I'm
up
ready
to
to
the
close
chat.
this out.
Yeah, I think we pretty much, you did a great job. And thanks, Annie and Red and everyone else. Gotti, Sir Beasley, Willie. I think Suey came by. Miss Suey. Hey, Suey. Eggy. Yep, there goes Suey. So yeah, I think we're just probably a little drained out. But sis, I love you. I forgot to tell you, your hair looks like it grows some more.
It did. My
This
hair
is
actually goes down to the lower part of my back now.
oh God.
It's right over my ass, like literally. And when I flat iron my hair, it takes me like
Gotti. I mean,
4 hours.
yeah.
Thank you, Daddy.
Well, I'll see you. Um, we talked about December, but December, April. So you'll get to see. Mine is up in a bun right now. So,
No, I already know. I know.
eh.
And no problem. I'm gonna make sure oh my God, Gotti. I'm gonna make sure I come by and support your channel more often. Really.
Yeah, Willie, give him. Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, you are on my mind, and I see that I'm on yours, but you're on mine because it's really nice that we had a chance to have dialogue, Gotti. Um, I really am intrigued by your presence, and that laugh is menacing, but I like it. So we'll just see. Come by the channel more and support.
Of course,
Blue
of
hearts to
course.
you back, Willie.
So I was gonna do a Q&A and a Google number and all that.
Oh boy,
It
it's
was
late.
just too much time has been spent.
No, I think you had a good panel,
I
and
think
you
anybody
did.
who listens to this and plays it back, like you said, we cleared everything. I think we got every little corner and crevice that we wanted to.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Especially the things that needed to be hit on if like you didn't want this door open, and I don't think you should. I hope so. Gotti. You didn't want this door opened, and it wanted to be open. I'm a witness to the fact that you just kind of moved on, and we are going to continue, and it's going to be on Ignore. I mean, there's nothing more to say. It's been regurgitated to the point of now exhaustion. So, whatever. I don't even really think that. I think you did a great job, sis. So, and I'm proud of you because you really, that's a lot. I didn't even know some of that stuff. I'm really like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
You could have done so much and put her ass out on blast a long time ago. And that's it. That stuff with MBK is sick. Like, what is that? That's weird. But anyway,
It is weird. It was
all
weird
of it.
when it
The whole
happened.
thing with ZX, MBK, like,
It was weird when it was happening.
yeah,
So
she's a weirdo. She's a creeper, and she needs to get her issues under control and stop trying to make this about anything else. We don't give a fuck. So keep
we
it
really
moving.
don't.
So we answered you. I mean, Nisa answered you. Excuse me. There's nothing more to say. We need to move on. Let them say whatever. Let them dog, think that they're dragging a bitch. The only thing that they're dragging is themselves because they have this energy for you that they won't put into their channel and anything else going on in their life.
A bitch dragged them and they can't even put that same energy in that bitch. Excuse my language.
She did. I mean, she
Excuse
tore
my
it.
language. I said that.
Because you're
Yeah.
scared.
I said that in, I say bitch loosely, so don't always take offense to it. Like it's, But anyways, yes, she drug her for filth. Okay.
Yeah, she did. But she didn't
But
have,
anyway,
so there's no sense in responding to you if she cannot keep that energy for Ashe.
that's the
Keep
moral
that
of the
energy,
story.
keep that same energy for her. You had it for Clyde, you need to give it to Ashe. Anything less than that, you're just a punk at this point because there's no sense in burning you over the coals. You're not beholden to her. Once you cut ties, you do what you want. When somebody threatens you and then tries to set parameters on you, you are free to do what you want. She should have told that story instead of telling all these other alternate versions. because what she's doing is playing in people's face. And at the end of it, somebody's going to get mad and she's going to have a rude awakening. So good night, everyone. And sis, I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. All right, y'all. So Shay, baby, thank you. Yes. Go ahead and replay it from the beginning. And just, you know, it's an interview vibe. And she asked me a lot of questions. I took accountability for certain things that I could remember at that moment that I could have played a part into, or I recognized things that I know I probably could have made them feel some kind of way. But so you can get an understanding, anybody who came in late, you got to go back, listen to the interview a little bit, and so you can have a clear understanding of what the issues were. And Bella was a very good interviewer, so shout out to her because she did her damn best interviewing me. And shout out to Miss Red because she damn sure enough hooked me up with my little intro. And yeah, I will be back on Sunday. I'm gonna go ahead and slide into my chapter 2 of my diary. We're gonna go ahead and talk about my encounters with celebrities as a dancer, as an exotic dancer, the type of things that I saw when I was dancing for celebrities, private parties that I had attended for celebrities. We're gonna talk about all kinds of shit. And we're gonna really dig off into it. And I'm gonna, you know, y'all know it's like my diary, so we're gonna get a little personal. So yeah. Anywho, I'm gonna go ahead and slide y'all because I'm tired as fuck. I think I've done enough. I'm gonna go ahead and play my little intro just in case anybody missed it. And we out this bitch. Yeah, I love my intro. Y'all, it's the first one. It's the first one. It's very simple. It's cute. And y'all gotta go check out Miss Red because she got more little shit like this. But check me out, y'all.